Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon. I am Al-Anud Al-Abdali, and it's my honor to moderate this high-level session on decarbonization in the petrochemical industry. The imperative to combat climate change has never been more pressing, and so the petrochemical industry, which emits carbon-containing gases, finds itself a crossroad. It has to decarbonize as a strategic priority. This panel session seeks to explore the challenges and opportunities that we are likely to encounter on the industry's transformative journey to carbon neutrality. We are privileged to have some visionary leaders from the petrochemical sector on the stage here with us today. They are steering the sector and the economy as a whole towards a more sustainable and carbon neutral future. So they have the insights and expertise to tell us what awaits us in the next several years. Allow me to introduce them. Mr. Abdulrahman Al-Faqih, the CEO of SABIC, Dr. Martin Bruder-Müller, the chairman of BASF board, Mr. Mutlig Al-Murashid, the CEO of Tasnia. So over the next 50 minutes or so, the panelists and I will navigate through 4 behavioral questions. I will initiate the conversation by asking a question and then aim to steer the resulting conversation to ensure a seamless flow, tapping into each panelist's expertise. So as we move from one panelist to another, I encourage them to build upon the shared insights. So let me start with Mr. Abdulrahman Al-Faqih. Mr. Abdulrahman, decarbonization, that is reducing or removing carbon dioxide from atmospheric circulation, has quickly become a hot topic in the context of carbon neutrality. How is the petrochemical industry in general adapting its business strategy to address this imperative and manage the associated risks with the climate change?
Thank you very much, Al-Anud. First of all, I'm honored to be with very distinguished panelists here, Mutlaq and Martin, good friend of mine for more than 30 years almost. So, and I thank you, the MENA Climate Week, for inviting us to discuss very important topic related to the climate change and the role of the chemical industry in this. Let me just first, Al-Anud, explain to you and to the distinguished audience here, where is the chemical industry in the climate change and how does it fit and where it is positioned? First, we are in between the feedstock and energy provider and our customers and final consumers. So and it depends on which sector and which part of the chemical you are in. And a company like us, which we are in the commodity and specialty, other companies, they are only in specialty, others only commodity, and etc. So it depends on the position. So the feedstock provider and energy providers, whether they are utilities or oil and gas companies, they depend a lot in the chemical industry and helping how to improve the decarbonization, how to be part of the journey to improve and to the climate change. So we have a lot of pressure that's coming from upstreamers to the chemical industry. With the same thing, our customers, our final consumers, which is, they could be brand owners, they could be final customers, final application, etc. Also, they are depending on us in the chemical industry to provide them with products, solutions that help in the decarbonization and also help them to make sure that they have a better utilization of their energy and their feedstock. So we are in between. So we have to adapt a strategy, not only concerning us, but it is concerning the value chain in the industry. That's why the chemical companies they have to have the sustainability as part of their top strategies. And me knowing most of the chemical companies in the world, I know that the sustainability it's become in the top agenda for any chemical industry company. With this will help into the energy intensity, reducing the consumption of the energy, and also, in particular, decarbonize their processes, and that would help. So this is the first thing. The second thing, each chemical company, they have to define their position in terms of how much they are consuming of the energy and how much that they could invest in the technologies that help in the sustainability. So these are the strategic elements in the chemical industry that would help.
Yeah.
Definitely, the chemical industry is responsible for a lot of things that could improve in the climate change. But they have to be a collaborative, and we have to work together. We have to put hands in hands to find the right solutions and to find the right measures in our works. And also we have to consider that the globe is one. It is not one country, it's not one region, it is not one company that can bring everything. So there is no one solution that fit all, that we have to work together with different solutions in order to achieve our targets.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Abdulrahman. Dr. Martin, do you agree with what Mr. Abdulrahman has just said, or do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I would like to express that it's a deep honor to sit with two esteemed leaders of my industry, with Abdulrahman and Mudlak on this panel, and I'm very happy to be in the MENA week here in Riyadh today. Actually, Abdulrahman's speech could have been mine, but let me add maybe three considerations. First one I would like to say is, if you look in today's world, the energy intensity is in chemistry. If you break bonds between atoms and you reconnect them, that is where the energy intensity is. Everything afterwards in the ecosystem is comparably low in energy intensity. And the chemical industry is much broader than our industry. It's actually four industries: cement, steel, alumina, and the chemical industry. It's always about chemical reactions. So this is why it is important that these industries are at the forefront of decarbonization. Or put it the other way, if these industries will not make it, the world will not make it in a net zero environment. And this is why we have to put, rightfully so, the emphasis. I'm also, I think, right to say that the petrochemical industry understood its responsibility all around the world. So we know what our contribution is. It's my first statement. But the second statement gets a little bit more challenging, because actually a lot of the measures you could imagine to decarbonize do not have a business case today. So they are challenged. We know by technology what to do. We have actually detailed plans. But someone has to pay for the cost, because there is a good reason why this industry operates how it operates today. And if you want to move it into a CO2-free environment, it has additional cost. If not, we actually would have done it already decades ago.
Yes.
So the challenge is really to talk about also in the society and with the politics how we actually achieve this, that we have a business case. Yeah. My third point is, and that reflects a bit what Abdulrahman said, I think knowing these two facts, every company has made up its mind, what is my individual roadmap? And the good thing is that the industry does not have to convert into a net zero world by one step. It's actually hundreds and sometimes several hundreds investment steps. And the good thing is you can do it stepwise. So I think what the right way is, you have to be ambitious enough to be fast, but not too fast to die because no one covers your cost. So I think this is the art which every company has to find out, and at least my company has made, I think, a good plan with this. And that is, I think, the challenge we have. But I'm very confident that ultimately we will reach the goal that we decarbonize petrochemical industry, and maybe one day we are really at net zero.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Martin. Mr. Mutlig, what's your thoughts? Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'm going to add something. Because it will be strange for an audience like this not to hear me talking my opinion. So, you know, it's hard to disagree with Abu Saleh Abdul Rahman, a man I worked with for over 30 years, and what he said makes a hell of a common sense. The chemical industry, as Martin just highlighted, first of all, it's a low intensity for the consumption of most of the gas-generating fuel and so on.
Yes.
The chemical industry is a relatively very clean industry if you compare to like other industry, which I personally operated, like steel, like aluminum. I find the chemical industry a lot more cleaner than a lot of these things. Then in addition to that, we in the chemical industry actually are solution providers. We actually bring solutions to help with the environmental issue, to help with decarbonization. If you look at the CO2 that get released, the chemical industry, SABIC is one of them, you can take that CO2 from their glycol plants and actually put it in an ammonia or in a methanol, improve the yields and increase the production. So you actually took things that go in the air and actually making money out of it in the process. So the chemical industry is a solution providers. If you also look at the human health side, we did contribute a huge amount for the COVID-19 case by all our plastic using all medical appliances. Imagine if these things were used with glass or with something, how much damage to the environment will be the amount of glass, because glass is very, very energy consuming material. So the chemical industry is actually a great industry when it comes to that. Unfortunately, we're not selling our point to the general public. I don't mean just here, but especially where the issue is big in Western societies in Europe, in US and other places. We're not really communicating. We tend to be communication shy as an industry. But we provide a lot, and we do a lot. We provide all the chemicals that help grow foods, all the solar panels come in, given this thing, everybody, again, where does it come? The polysilicon and the stuff. It's also coming from us. It's from the chemical industry. So it's really, ultimately, we are the solution provider for the whole issue. Thank you, Al-Anu.
Thank you. Actually, for the following question, we'll start with you, Mr. Mutlig. Can petrochemical companies use decarbonization to differentiate their products in the market? If so, how?
Well, it's not that easy because unfortunately or fortunately, the market, in especially commodities, goes by price. You know, you can be the biggest, cleanest boy in town, but if your tonnage is few dollars or few reals higher than the public, the general market, you really don't get the sales going as you should. You know, like I said, we do a lot of decarbonization in the chemical industry. If you look at companies like us, we actually turn plastic, used plastics, and reclassify it again and produce another plastic out of it. Today, we make 2 million pallets for the shipping. Instead of having the wooden pallet, we're producing the plastic, which is, we heard yesterday in the opening how much water and trees used in the wooden. And with Saudi Arabia, we are the pioneer of producing that, actually technology developed by our TNI. So that's a great thing. And we advertise it as environmental friendly, even though some people argue with plastic. But here you're solving a problem, actually, by a plastic, because it's recyclable. Same thing we use with car battery, acid-lit batteries. We produce 2 million units. Imagine if 2 million units of car battery have been thrown in the desert every year. Imagine that. We recycle the lead, recycle the plastic. So we are actually bringing the decarbonization, and we talk about it, but we don't stamp it in some of the products because the market's still not really mature enough yet. You can talk about it, but the labeling and things like that, we're just in the beginning. But I'm sure it will come, and a lot of companies will come with innovative and, of course, cost-efficient solutions. Because I remember I was many years in the industry when we developed the biodegradable plastic and so on. The market, or especially the consumer, some like the bottling company, Coca-Colas and others, wanted it. But when the price went up by $10, suddenly, wow, they changed their mind. So at the end of the day, you have your product, but someone has to pay. And as Martin said, the cost is important. We cannot survive without controlling our cost. Otherwise, we don't exist. So we're in the beginning. I think we will see labeling and other things.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlaq. Dr. Martin, what do you think? Does the same apply to Europe as well?
I think also it's absolutely an opportunity to differentiate. The further we go forward, the more this will come. Customers will not only ask for a price, but in future they will ask for the price plus the product carbon footprint. And then if you have price equality and you have a lower product carbon footprint, it is an argument for the customer to buy. As I earlier said, we need a business case, and we will never have a business case without a customer. So this is why I think it is crucial to engage with your customers also about a strategy, how you decarbonize our chemical products, because ultimately we are the scope 3 of our customers. And the scope 3 is usually the biggest part of the products. So everyone takes care about scope 1 and 2, but scope 3 comes with the product. So that is why I think everything starts with transparency. This is why we started to introduce a product carbon footprint for all our 45,000 products. So it's kind of a digital twin. And with this, you can engage with your customers and actually discuss with them what kind of ingredients you could reduce and what the cost label to it is. And then it's true, most shy away when they know what its cost is. But you have also, and this is the encouraging part, you have in almost all industries some leading customers who are at least willing to pay a little bit more for a lower product carbon footprint because they use that to differentiate themselves again in the market. So I think it is something that is evolving, but I would make a guess that in 2030, we have more demand for product carbon footprint reduced products than actually supply. So I'm very confident that there will be a business model out of it. Or put it the other way, if that is not coming, and if that is not what customers and ultimately consumer accept, that they have to pay more, we will actually fail with our decarbonization targets. So I think the company has to push that. It's an opportunity to differentiate.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Martin. Mr. Abdulrahman, it seems really interesting, but do you have anything to add to what Dr. Martin said?
Actually, they have said it all, Mutlaq and Martin, but let me take it from where we end here about the business case for the sustainability and for the climate change and for the solution for our customers. I think if you recall during the G20, the presidency of Saudi Arabia in 2020, I think our king, the custodian of the two holy mosques, announced what they call it the circular carbon economy. And I think the leaders of the 20 countries, they have agreed to that. And it is around how to make the carbon and how to circulate it and how to make an economics out of the carbon. So it is the real business cases that want to drive from a circular carbon economy that we are all in. And in SABIC, I think we started this because since the inception of SABIC in 1976, we started as a sustainable company. Sustainable company to collect all the flared gas that associated with the oil production and convert this into a material into the chemical industry. And we continue to do so since the inception of the company. And we try to build on that circular carbon economy by doing so many projects and by providing so many solutions to our customers. Definitely, it has to be, as Martin said more than one time, it has to be affordable to our customers, and it has to be economical for us in order for us to invest. But recycling business, for example, it's becoming a great now. We are investing in the chemical recycling, and we committed ourselves by the 2030 to produce at least 1 million ton of polymers from the recycling material, and it has proven that it is in terms of business cases, it has proven that it's work. So we have so many aspects in making sure that the carbon circular economy is business case that can be afforded by the company. Also, in capturing the carbon dioxide, we have invested in a technology 10 years back. And from the last 5 years, we start producing 500,000 tons of carbon dioxide in Jubail, in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So, and we capture the CO2. We don't only capture it, but also we purify that CO2 to the level that it can be utilized in the beverages. It can be utilized and used in the desalination plants. And also we use it in producing ammonia and methanol. So we proved that we could circulate the carbon and carbon dioxide material into a benefits and into a business cases.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Abdulrahman. Thank you for the enlightening discussion. So let's move to the following question, which relates to the speed with which the industry can arrive at carbon neutrality. Starting from Mr. Mutlaq, what steps would you say will have the biggest impact in meeting the petrochemical industry's climate change targets?
Thank you, Nanood. I think the biggest and the most important things is to go with science. When I hear a lot of the debate about climate change and all that, there is a lot of emotion. And unfortunately, there is a lot of propaganda and politics weaved into the whole thing. We set some part of the world that try to influence regulation, United Nations and so on, setting very hard target for almost half of the world population cannot meet at a reasonable cost. You can't, energy at the end of the day has to be available,
Yes.
affordable, and secure. We saw what happened, for example, near my colleague Martin, Germany. When the Russian gas stopped, they end up firing coal. Okay, is that good for the environment? No, but then security comes ahead. You have to secure your nation. So, and also you hear a lot of the NGOs and the Greens mixing a lot of emotion away from the science. We have to do the science, and the science is out there. We're engineers and scientists go by it. We will continue as the chemical industry to produce products, as Abdulrahman and Dr. Martin just say, that's great for the environment, recycle rather than throw away. It's important to do that. And it's also to be satisfying the cost side of the equation. We cannot make products so great, best of everything, but the consumer cannot afford. And I'm not talking consumer in rich countries who can pay more money. I'm talking about consumers, reasonable, average people in Southeast Asia, India, and Africa, and other places. There is no point of having targets that half the world cannot meet for some reason. I mean, with all due respect to some of what stuff you read, if it took Europe specifically over 100 years plus to achieve what it is, and somebody in Europe will come asking the developing economies to meet the standard of today, they say, hey, hold it. It took you 100 years to be here, and now you want to tell me to be there in 5 years. Okay, I'm not saying we take 100 years, don't get me wrong. I'm sure we can do and will be done. Time is fast, moving. But you need to give time, countries and people to adjust. So they will be used the fossil fuel to get the transition. It's crazy to say I'm gonna get from O to Z just like that. Transition is the name of the game. And it has to be done logically, non-political, and economically. So the rest of the world can come up with. If a person in Africa or India or someone cannot feed their people, do we really expect them to pay a lot of attention to the climate change? No, because they have to live, they have to eat before they die of hunger. This is just impossible. So I think the chemical industry, with our fertilizer, with our pesticides, with our chemical, we are playing a great game to reach that stage where all these things will be environmental friendly, climate compliant and everything. But it's a transition. And a transition is going to take some time, and we have to be logical with that time so other nations who are not on the same level of GDP and economic growth can afford these things. So at the end of the day, we have to be logical and fair to everybody. Fairness is the name of a game in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlaq. Yes, Dr. Martin.
Yeah, no, I fully subscribe what Mudlak said, and this was more about the spirit and the approach. Maybe I can add on what are the tangible levers. I think I see 4, and I think the first one is really renewable energy. I mean, we have to use renewable energy to replace fossils. We all know that fossils is the cheapest one and the most efficient one. So we have to do that wisely, step by step, and we have to look also into the different opportunities by region. And I would predict that the fact that renewables are differently efficient in different regions, we will see shifts in investments, very clear. But it's not only about the renewables, it's also about, since my second part, the infrastructure. And it's the infrastructure from the public, because if the public and the states do not follow or even go the first step in building the infrastructure, we can actually also not do our homework. But it is also the infrastructure within the companies, because we have a lot of engineers that are process engineers, mechanical engineers. Now we need an army of electric engineers, because it is about electrification. So you need an own electrical backbone, and you electrify processes. A totally different quality and talent set of people which you need. The third one is then, as a lever, the raw material change, which I think we're also clear we will not end without fossils as raw materials. This is also clear. But there are some steps where that makes sense, some regions, some products where you can take bio-based. And I think, and Abdul Rahman was talking about it, this is all about the, no, I lost the track. It's all about the, okay. Forgot about the track. So it's this is the second lever. Then let's take the third lever, which is the recycling, the circularity. Sorry, and we all know that this is not so easy on one hand only to go circular, but it's also in the same moment to get reducing CO2, and that is not always going hand in hand. But I think we all agree that there are steps, that there are solutions that make sense, and that brings me to my fourth point, which is technology. So we have a lot of technology at hand already, which is the good news, which we, I think, can apply today with higher costs, but we know how to do it. But there is also a set of technology which we have to develop, which I think is a quite big task. We should not underestimate that. That takes also some time, and which is about risk-taking, which is about risk mitigation, which means also collaborating on this. So this is, I think, the 4 tangible ones for the industry to decarbonize.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. So, Mr. Abdulrahman, would you please add to what Mr. Mutlaq and Dr. Martin said?
I think Mutlaq has mentioned and has talked about a very crucial and very important point, which is the transition. Nothing can happen, in like a year or 2 or even a decade or 2. I think we need to look at this as a transition, especially when we are talking about the energy transition.
Yes.
And in the energy, I think we need to look at it in a way that it has to be in a mixed way of renewables and, of course, the fossil fuel-based, energy. Because we cannot, just eliminate one to the other ones. But it has to be affordable. When we come to the renewable energy, it has to be affordable. So we, in SABIC, we are committed that here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, our operations, by the 2030, we are going to use at least 50% of our power from renewable energy. Definitely it will take time, and it will take a lot of efforts and research and in technologies and investment and etc. But we are committed, to support the services and the utilities provider to make sure that this can be happen. And the other one, which is what Martin has said, since you asked me about what can I add to what I have said. Martin, I think you mentioned a very important point, a lot of electrical engineers that they are needed. But I think more. We think we need a lot of IT people, a lot of digitalization people, because also there is big room for the digitalization to help in the technologies, and also for the artificial intelligence also, that is also going to be enabler and going to provide a lot of solutions into the climate change help and into reducing the decarbonization. So what I can say, there is so many things that is needed to be done, but it has to be done in a very collaborative way.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Abdulrahman. So the following question is for Mr. Mutlig. What initiatives in technology and collaboration would you say are most required going forward?
Well, you know, Martin here, they are the master of technology with BSF. But I think technology is there, a lot, some of it, but it's maturing as we are going forward.
Yeah.
If you're looking at in the chemical industry, of course, we're ahead of a lot of other industries like steel or, you know, cement or a lot of these more polluting products. But that doesn't mean the human today will go without steel. It's impossible. We're not going to go without cement either.
Yeah.
So, but technologies are there and moving on. What we really now, or a society needs to look into more of a technologies in the utility sectors. We know, you know, solar, we know wind, but let's be realistic. If you go simply by the law of physics, there is not enough BTUs today to turn half of the automotive fleet on Earth into electric cars. If you turn them, there is not enough power station on Earth. Yeah. Even if we shut down everything and just give that power to car, within half. So we need to attack it from the fuel side. Let it be on transport and, you know, utilities, heating and cooling and all that. I think technologies that's going to happen that we need to concentrate in is mostly going to be like in the nuclear side, fission or fusion. We're going to see a lot of these things coming, and you can read some of the press, especially some of the Western press and research. I happen to be in that field, but that was 35 years ago. Yeah. So that's an old nuclear engineer. But that's something we need, because if you look at a lot of our carbon footprint as SABIC or BSF or us or anybody, a lot of it comes from the fuel side. The process itself of the chemical industry, not really producing that a lot. Crackers may be one because the amount of fuel they use, but a lot of the reaction are exothermics. They actually produce some of them heat. You can use actually that heat, so it's not. So I think technology is going to take a long way. Logistics and blockchains and finance actually is going to contribute significantly. We are moving into that. Governments need to incentivize the industries, us and others actually, to put a lot of research into the T&I or the R&D, because without big support to that kind of field, it's very hard for private companies who run quarter to quarter on net income and share price to dump huge amount of monies in technologies they are not 110% sure it's going to bring results that I can sell or BSF or SABIC can sell in the marketplace. Yeah. So the industry, regardless, big or small, there need to be some support, either going to come from the government most likely, or the main for many years, that's what happened in most of the US and others, or it's going to come from increasing the cost to the consumer at certain way or the other, but you can't increase it too much. So I think we are there, but we're going to need more to come. So that's my view on the subject.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlig. Yes, Doctor?
So I think collaboration is absolutely key going forward. And I think, and we talked about this morning also, yeah. I mean, there's good reasons why our companies are as good as they are today. Because we have a decisive management, we have talent, we have knowledge, we have capacities, and we know how things work. Going forward, we have to say, or we have to recognize that the world is getting much more complex, and it is impossible to have all what you need for decarbonization with all its different pathways and scenarios in-house. So I think if you want to be smart, if you want to be successful, you have to collaborate. And that means collaboration in every dimension. It is along the value chain, it goes to your supplier and goes to your customer, but it also goes to competitor to become partner. It is about taking risk together. It is also about sharing knowledge. And I give you one example on that. It's the technical collaboration SABIC and BASF have together with Linde in the e-furnace for electrifying our crackers. And that was actually from both of our side very proud, our people, First of all, when we said talk to each other, they were not so happy to talk to the other party, and then they realized when they did that they actually can learn a lot from each other. And so we have engaged in this together, and we have to admit we are much better together than any one of us alone, and we share the risk for failing, I have to say, but we also increased the chance to succeed, and we have also taken the financial risk together. So I think it is a fundamental part in today's culture of a company, and it's a task of the management to prepare the companies for more collaboration. And just one more example, think about circularity. We want to engage as chemical company in waste management. It's a totally different industry. In order to organize that and bring that close to us, we have to connect the chemical value chain with the waste value chain and make a business model out of this. So I think collaboration is absolutely key for being successful.
Thank you, Doctor. So, Mr. Abdulrahman, would you please add to what we heard from Dr. Martin?
Yeah, definitely. I think the technology is actually the innovation in totality is the solutions. But it has to come with a price. Then the first one is there is a risk. There is the risk in the technology that we are anchored in. And we in SABIC, for example, we are going in so many aspects in the technologies. And we believe that the innovation and the technology is the solution towards the climate change improvement and towards the decarbonization, definitely about this. I think Martin has said it right. I mean, the collaboration. I mean, I think this is the best thing that we do. And as a chemical company, we are responsible. And I think we need to work together. And we have proven that working together, as clearly stated by Martin, that this is a real success in minimizing our risk, putting our talent working together, and also helping the total industry and community in showing that the role model is in the collaboration. And also in the innovation, when I said in the innovation, because it has to be in every single aspect of the business that we do. And also it is very important that it has to be built in a robust business case, robust economic cases. And those robust business cases and economic bases, it need also that the policymakers, I mean the governmental agencies, even the NGOs and etc., that they have to understand how does this work. They have to listen to us, and we have to listen to them, and we have to talk to each other, because we are investing in the technologies that could be coming in the next 5 years, maybe in the next 10 years, maybe later. We are investing in the technologies also that can be successful. The rate of success, it could be 50%, it could be even lower. So we need to understand each other, we need to work on each other in order to make it successful.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Abdulrahman. So we'll end our discussion with 3 individual questions for each one of the panelists. Mr. Mutlag, what is the role of contribution of new generation in climate change?
Thank you. That's really a good question. I mean, look at this. Just take a look at 3 of us at this panel. We're more or less going into our sunset. So we need young people, men and women, to carry the torch forward. And nothing better than people at that age getting better educated and not being influenced by more of a propaganda and witchcraft, talking about environment and how bad industry and all that. So we need to educate the people. The people need to take a little bit of science, especially in our part of the world where we spend many years on non-scientific subject. We need really to change and go the basics and do a lot of science in our school and our societies. And we really need to encourage the young generations to be participation in this event, because they are the future of the society, we like it or not. We are here another 5, 10, 20 years, but khalas, you reach the end of a human life, simple as that. So somebody has to continue, like we continued from our fathers and mothers and what have you. For example, in the GBCA, which is the organization of the Gulf petrochemical chemical industries, you see we have a youth society, the youth group, that the organization is sponsoring, bringing youth from universities, young employees, into the GBCA events, and expose them to all the science, visit to the laboratories, to people get interested in research and technologies, bringing them to factories so they understand how these factories actually work and how they actually add value to the society. Because this is the future, Al-Anud, that the young people, males and females, to carry forward, because this industry, the chemical industry, is needed. No matter what anybody said, the society cannot build a car or a plane with steel or wood. These days are gone. They're gonna be chemical, they're gonna be metal, titanium, and what have you. And these people need to be educated to make these things better. And who's gonna contribute to technology, new innovation, better than the young people? Because, people get older, they have their own age issues and things, and their focus changes. But the young have that privilege and God-given inquiry and open mind. And so it's our challenge of the older industry generation to help that group, make sure they get educated in the right way and understand to continue to produce better and more environmental friendly than what we inherited or what we did. So that's really the game. The name of the game is the future. We should not be looking at today or the past. We should be looking at what we can do tomorrow rather than what we have done today. So that's the most important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matlak. Dr. Martin, how the digital and artificial intelligence can help to decarbonize?
Well, I would say that is another huge step forward. Let me give you one example. When my company started to buy several years ago the first supercomputer, and we've actually bought now the second one, more potent one. And if I take the experience, what that helped us in moving up research by adding an in silico experiment in the computer first before you go in the lab. You are accelerating and you make it's much more decisive and less experiments to come to a conclusion. So I think what we are not aware as companies, how much treasure we have in our data that is not lifted yet. And I think supercomputing, quantum computing, and AI, they all will help us to find treasures and knowledge in the data that are hidden. AI is maybe a little bit hyped or overhyped today, but I think it is also necessary to actually check what AI can do in basically every area of life, so definitely also in the chemical industry, because we should be aware with that tool, if something is possible, anyone in the world will do it. So you cannot prevent someone from doing it. And this is also why we as a chemical industry, we should not wait. We should actually now engage and test and check and prove how AI can help us. It is definitely something that can help us on efficiency, and it's definitely something that will help us on research and technology development. I'm sure about that. And so I have to say, with all what might come for societal change, from a company point of view, I totally embrace it. And I would say we should be open to learn first before we maybe restrict ourselves not to use AI.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Mr. Abdulrahman, the last question. Can you describe how the public views in the chemical industry with the climate change? Yes.
First of all, I think you made the last and hard question, the last one, which is fine. It is hard sometimes. We are in the chemical industry and we look at how is really the world looking at us. And it is not an easy, to try to explain to the whole world, what is the benefits of the chemical industry and what is bring to the, and actually we, most of the time, when we talk to ourselves. Most of our conferences that we talk, I think we talk to ourselves as an industrial community and chemical industrial community. I think that's not enough. I think we need to have a lot of advocacy programs, started with the policymakers, started with the government agencies that related to the environment, but also we need to utilize the platforms such as the MENA Climate Week here to make sure that we talk to each other and we understand each other. Chemical industry, I think it is very crucial and very important to the total humanity and to the total globe. And if you recall, during the COVID-19, I think the role of the chemical industry at that time, it is bringing a lot of solutions that help the people, and it is save lives, and it is make the life easy in terms of packaging, logistics, healthcare, just name it. I think there is a crucial role of the chemical industry in each segment of our lives, and this is important. How is the world look at this, and how the world value such kind of contribution of the chemical industry? I think this is a question mark. I think the responsibilities is coming to us as a chemical industry responsible, that we have to make sure that we explain to the world that we are very responsible industry, very responsible companies. We take things very serious. We take sustainability, as I said in my first opening remarks, it is in the top agenda of our strategies, and in our investments, we making sure that the environmental and the ESGs and the sustainability targets in the middle and in the heart of our decision-making process. I think this is important to show it. This is important to make sure to the whole world that they understand this. This is not something easy. I think we have a lot of responsibility to continue in that, and I hope that the chemical industry will continue to bring a fortune and to bring a value to the humanity and to the total society of the whole world.
Thank you all for the enlightening discussion. So today we have explored the path toward a more sustainable and resilient future for the petrochemical industry. It has been enlightening, so let me give a heartfelt thank again to our esteemed panelists here for their invaluable insights. So please give a heart thank you for our panelists again. It's now up to us to translate these insights into meaningful actions that drive positive change in our economy, in our industry. Thank you all for your participation, and let's move forward with a shared commitment to shaping a more sustainable future. Goodbye.
I'd like to thank our moderator and the speakers for that insightful discussion. Up next, we have a very exciting session on women and youth in climate change. This session will begin in a few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, today, women and youth emerging leaders are at the forefront of driving innovation and implementing sustainable solutions across various sectors, including energy, sciences, and policymaking. This panel on women and youth in climate change aims to highlight the imperative role of women and youth in addressing climate change. By sharing their experience and narratives, we will explore the multifaceted areas where they have contributed significantly to sustainability and climate action. Everyone, let's extend a hearty welcome to our next panel of pioneering women who are ready to share their wisdom with the ambitious youth individuals who view them as role models. The panel will be expertly guided and moderated by no other than my very near and dear colleague, Al-Jawhara Sderi, Chief International Climate Policy and Negotiation Specialist from the Ministry of Energy.
Ladies and gentlemen, our collective strength lies in our diversity and our shared commitment to equity, a principle deeply embedded in the Paris Agreement and is the heart of the multilateral system. Each woman and youth who will be speaking today represents a unique voice and perspective in our dialogues on climate change. Their stories shine a light on the multifaceted areas where they've made significant contributions to sustainability and, more crucially, on the pathways they've paved in the pursuit of inclusive, sustainable development. So without further delay, let us welcome our panelists on stage to share their narratives, experiences, and insights. Dr. Malak Al-Nouri, Senior Advisor and Vice Chair on Mitigation Working Group of the IPCC. Ms. Sarah Baashan, Head of Global Engagements and Insights at Saudi Aramco. Noor Al-Isa, Senior Specialist of International Climate Policy and Negotiations. Ladies, it is my deep pleasure to be able to participate in this panel with such inspiring, trailblazing women and a topic that hits close to home. And I would like to start first with Sarah, and I wanted to know, as a young woman who has achieved a leadership position in the energy and sustainability field, if you could perhaps share some obstacles you've encountered and some of the strategies you've employed that contributed to your professional growth in such a competitive industry.
Thank you, Johara. You started with a difficult question, but obstacles. I think, you know what they say about obstacles. Obstacles of today could be the lessons of tomorrow. Once you have cleared your mind from the storm of the action and made a full assessment of the situation and what is needed for you to overcome such obstacles. But I think this is something that all of us in our professional lives can speak to. So maybe let me answer you with a little twist when it comes to the obstacles, because I think also the challenges that we wake up to is something that we choose as well. I have been fortunate to have a fulfilling career in the energy and sustainability field. As you know, before joining Aramco in my current role, I was a climate negotiator. I was an officer of the process. I was a chair of the Paris Agreement rule book. So here in MENA Climate Week in the room, I have been saying hi to my fellow negotiators, my fellow members of the secretariats of the different programs of the UN, as well as my fellow petroleum engineers, material scientists, energy technology gurus. And both communities really have shaped the way I look at things, have shaped a lot on my professional career, and even the question that I wake up to every day. How do we unlock or answer the question for a lower emission future, keeping in mind that 80% of the world economy, $100 trillion economy, that still depends on 80% of energy on hydrocarbons. How to do it in a manner that is smooth, that is sustainable, that does not create disruptions for the prosperity of the people. The second 80% is for the percentage of people in the developing world out of the total population in the world. And we have heard throughout the many sessions the staggering numbers for people who are lacking access to energy, to clean cooking. How do you solve for that? How do you take into account that also in your calculation? And maybe the last 80 has to do with also the percentage of the youth. Now we have 1.8 billion of youth. This is the largest young population that existed in history. More than 80% live in developing countries. With that come a lot of priorities and consideration, how to educate them, how to provide health services for them, the basic services. So these bigger-than-life questions are something that I would say a frequent challenge of my daily work, something that I always try to unlock with the expertise, with the advantage that I have received throughout my career. But by no means I am the only one. I might have worked in the software, the negotiations and the policy domain, as well as the hardware, the projects and the delivery of physical energy products that enable the lives. And with that really comes this order of magnitude when it comes to wanting to solve for these challenges. And I think from a position, and to answer your question directly, from a position of an empowered woman, empowered youth in general, I think it is a privilege. The way you actually earn your space is through your own merits and credentials. Through your skills, your knowledge, your understanding, your acumen is the top priority. And this will be my first advice for any professional, young professional and females in particular. We are privileged to have this kind of empowerment and we should raise up to the occasion. The second one being having the growth mentality. It is something that you have to keep in mind that the sun is not going to be shining every day. And as long as you have a vision is not only important in projects and solving for task forces and work streams, it's also important for yourself. What is your calling? Where do you see yourself? What fulfills you? What is your code? How do you want to live the life? And through going through challenges and opportunities, this is how you make sure that you are on the right track. So you always have to remain positive. And maybe the last thing I want to mention is the community and the mentorship. And because we're going to be speaking about women and youth, I want to make sure that we don't forget men and the wise ones, since it's youth, and especially the wise men in our life. I have been incredibly grateful for all the colleagues, the mentors, the bosses I have been having throughout this process. And I think we have always to look at it as the other side of the coin. This is where the empowerment is going to come from. It's a partnership, especially in the MENA region, in Saudi Arabia, and in my own humble experience as well.
And maybe a tidbit that I forgot to mention at the start of this session, Sarah was actually the first female negotiator of the kingdom. So we're very proud. And then turning over maybe to the more to the academia and science part. But first, I would like to congratulate you, Dr. Malak, on your election as the Vice Chair of the Mitigation Working Group at the IPCC. It is truly a remarkable achievement of our region to have a female representing Asia. So we're very proud. And we would be grateful if you could share with us your valuable experience and journey with us, starting from your maybe academic background and leading up to this significant position.
Thank you, Jawharan. It's my pleasure to be here today with everyone and share my experience. It's indeed an immense honor to be elected for the IPCC Vice Chair. And it comes with also a large responsibility as this election comes from Asia region, which has 32 countries that seek representation at the IPCC Bureau. And the IPCC Bureau is part of the IPCC Science Policy Panel, which devises scientific content that is directed for policymaking in the climate change. From that perspective, it becomes really a huge responsibility in order to represent the whole region and make sure that all the aspects discussed in the panel, all the outcome is representative of all these 32 countries in the region. And from that, I think maybe to explain better what do we mean by regional representation and how is it achieved in such any science policy panel, and why is it important? Why does it matter? So basically, regional representation means that every item or every discussion happens need to reflect every single region, circumstance, local knowledge, contribution, issues, and context. And this indeed is not an easy task. It's a hard task. Simply because that representation requires that publication, that research capacity is not equally distributed among the world. And the publication, the human capacity, the intellectual property is concentrated in certain regions of the world. So for the most part, the knowledge produced or the publication might be reflective of certain regions. And in order to achieve the kind of representation required, in order for any publication or output to be useful for the entire world and to be reflective of all the regions, we call for increased representations from the different regions, increased representations in terms of gender, women participation, and even young scientists to be represented in the panel. I think IPCC is a great example. Right now, as I heard from the chair, we have 30% of women in the IPCC Bureau. And I'm looking forward to contribute to the next assessment cycle. There are 7 and have more female scientists from the region.
Great. Thank you, Doctor. And I want to switch over to Noura, and I wanted to ask you, as a young negotiator, could you please share your personal journey of how you became involved in the climate discussions, and maybe touch upon on what motivates you to take up this path, and how has your journey evolved over time?
Thank you very much, Al-Jawhara. I was going to say I got here by accident. I don't know how it took place. But first of all, I'd like to say it's an honor for me to be in this panel with fellow women in the climate sustainability sector, whom I greatly look up to. I remember when I first joined the ministry, I saw Dr. Malak on my first day, and I was like, we're going to be in the same team doing the same thing, and she has about 20 years over me. And additionally, I spent about 3 months listening to people tell me about the incredible Sara Vaishin, who I didn't get a chance to meet for over a year. So it's really, really an honor to be in this panel, and Al-Jawhara is a very dear, dear friend to me as well. But to start with perhaps where this all began, I remember as far back as my schooling days, I was always involved in Model UN. So anyone that knows Model UN, you simulate the United Nations, some of the key global challenges. I was mostly focused on issues relating to security, peace building, and that sort of discussion. And that's what I actually proceeded to study in university. And then I had a master's degree in comparative politics, which focused on political violence. And this is the direction I thought my life would go into, a completely different sphere. And I recall it was some morning at the end of the year of us hosting the G20 that I received a call from the Ministry of Energy asking me if I wanted to interview for a job to be a multilateral negotiator in climate change. And at that point, I probably did not know what adaptation was, what mitigation was in the slightest. I care deeply for sustainability as a person, but the climate lingo, the multilateral sphere was something completely alien to me, but I said I might as well go in and check it out. And that's what happened. I interviewed with the head of our delegation, Khalid Aboullif, the climate veteran of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and this is how I ended up here, and I've been doing this for a few years now. And I think from my perspective, what really caught me about the energy sector specifically and climate negotiations more broadly is that I was always interested in extremely complex issues that require transformation. And what I learned from my perhaps younger days in the model UN sphere is that an issue which might seem very easy to solve is actually very difficult to get everyone's agreement on. And this is the challenge that we have. Everyone thinks that they have the correct answer, the right solution, the one and only approach that all of us need to adopt. But in reality, we could spend years debating commas and this or that, and pathways or targets or approaches or frameworks. And I think I'll just tie it back to what Sarah was talking about. The climate challenge is a very, very complex challenge because it's one of the most cross-cutting and overarching issues of our generation. You're talking about climate change, but on the ground you're talking about people's livelihoods and their development. You're talking about the protection of the natural environments that sustain our livelihoods as well. You're talking about the food we eat. You're talking about every aspect that will affect human life. And you're also talking about the sustenance for people and their sources of income in most cases. So it's something that requires a very high responsibility, but also a lot of patience to be able to reach people's souls and get them to understand your perspectives. So I think once I ended up at the ministry, I knew that I'd probably be in this field for a while.
And I'm just wondering, how old were you when the parties agreed on the Paris Agreement?
I had graduated from high school.
I'm sure the other negotiators would appreciate that. So I'm asking you, Sarah, and from an industry perspective, if you could kindly elaborate on the significance of inclusivity in the energy sector for sustainable development in this region, specifically considering that the region has a unique perspective on the energy transition.
I think, first of all, if Noura was in high school during the Paris Agreement, I think your youth threshold is rather very forgiving. So thanks for that. A lot of us are youth or youth at heart. So thanks for this inclusivity, which takes me to your question. I think, it's inclusivity, just like energy transition. If we go and ask every maybe member of the audience, everybody will have a different definition. I think this is something that I have lived through, and sometimes I did it just for the entertainment purposes to hear that. But let me pick up from what Noura also mentioned the last time she made the intervention around the complexity of the energy. Because sometimes I try to explain it not in a deterring manner. It is complex, but it is solvable. However, you have to be cognizant about the different factors. And the best example of that is a mathematical equation with various variables. You cannot be solving for the mathematical equation with only focusing with one variable. You'll have to be cognizant about the intricacies, how everything else is interdependent. So I think in order for us to get into a future that is lower emission future, a prosperous, economically resilient, enabling socially, you will have a certain number of variables which can be changeable for various regions, various constituencies, companies, countries, even individuals. But I think if we're going to speak about a global effort, there definitely has to be a plus, an increase in the affordable, accessible energy. Affordable and accessible because if we have learned anything from the previous past 2 years, is that affordability is not an underprivileged kind of focused conversation only in certain societies. It might be as well something that is right up the alley of everyone in the developing and in the developed world. Energy, because the world is expected, the energy demand, the global energy demand is expected to grow by 47% by 2050, and it has to come from somewhere. And this is one of the most important issues that we have to face and find solution to. And we have to do that with minus the emission, because it cannot be the fact that in the past few decades, the only time that we witnessed global emission reduction, downturn, was actually due to either climate recessions or because of the COVID situation. There is something that we're not working over here, and we have to make sure that actually we do walk the talk when it comes to lowering the emission on the conventional sources and enabling the complementary sources as well. So it's not a matter of substitution, it's the power of the and, as we always say. All these two variables, in addition to minus poverty, because poverty, there's a reason why it's the first sustainable goal. It has excruciating ability to dwarf everything else. And unfortunately, because of COVID, this is the first time where the UN reported that the poverty eradication rate actually were on an opposite direction for the first time, from around 8 to 9%, plus jobs, because once again, the 1.8 billion of young population, 40% in the next few decades are going to be from Africa. In MENA region, 50% of our population is also youth. So imagine the kind of priority centered around creating job, finding job in all these various fields, and where there is a very particular competitive advantage when it comes to energy development, project, subsurface expertise. This is where we can empower the technologies, the young SMEs and engineers and scientists to look into option that capitalizes on their existing skills, particularly in oil and gas, where I come from. For example, the CCUS, which is going to be critical, as the IPCC always reminds us, for things and technologies that capitalizes on existing infrastructure, such as blue hydrogen. This is just something maybe for the global MENA region, more focus, but at the end of the day, it's complex, and this is the kind of the challenge that all of us face. But we have at the same time appreciate, accept, and make our best endeavor to answer all these different variables in a meaningful way. And I just leave you with one more note, because the World Economic Forum, they recently published a report called the Energy Transition Index, which traditionally had the developed OECD countries right up in the ranking, but this year's report actually brought to the center of gravity the emerging economies, the developing world, the global south, because this is where the population growth is, where the economic growth is, and where there are a lot of technologies developments, such as the ones I mentioned. So this is my take on inclusivity, and I think, if anything, MENA region can be a very big case study for how we can really ensure that we address all the different variables.
And building on the topic of inclusivity, Dr. Malak, I wondered if you, and maybe you touched on that a bit in your previous answer, but if you could just provide insights on the current status of, current state, for the regional representation in the global reports and publications, and why is that important to ensure that?
Yeah, so I think continuing on what is Sarah just mentioned on inclusivity and reflecting on specifically the outcomes or reports coming from any scientific policy panels. Inclusivity would mean that every region issues is reflected through the different representation. And to achieve a balanced representation, then this requires that representative of regions are part of the, not just the authorship team, but also the governments that will use these outcomes in making their national policies. So without having all the issues, if these reports or these outcomes coming from certain regions' data or models, and with the assumption that is would be applicable to the other world, then they are not really useful for in other policymakers. So the outcome would be only useful for these regions that actually had their data represented and their models captured all the issues and all the parameters mentioned by Sarah. So this is how it is important that every region data, every region models, scenarios, issues is reflected in this outcome for it to be useful for by policy makers. The science panels provide reports or outcomes that are policy relevant, so they do not prescribe policy for policymakers, rather provide scientific information in a format that is useful for policy making. And maybe also alluding back to the representation of women and youth in STEM, which is really important in order to be able to contribute to such research, to such publication. So there is usually different strategies in order to increase the participation of women in STEM fields. There's phase one is early exposure during education, early general education. Through going to schools, experiments, science classes and activities, engaging with activities. And the second phase is after graduation from education and engaging in the workforce and increasing participation in the different work relevant to the jobs relevant to STEM field. However, the good news is that in this region, in the MENA region, in the Gulf region, we don't need to do step one. So the women interest, female interest in STEM fields is very high comparing to other parts of the world. From university graduates, 52% of the graduates from STEM are female. 52%. This is comparing to 39 or 38 in EU, European Union countries, and 35 in the US. 35% of female would be interested in STEM. Whereas in this region, we already have female interested in STEM. However, in the second phase, whereas involvement and participation in the workforce in the STEM is still low and require additional initiatives and strategies, some of which could be the industry collaboration, internships, and I think also a proven method is His Royal Highness method of recruiting based on merit, female that has, if you can imagine, from 2019 we had 5 women in the Ministry of Energy, 5 female employees, and right now this number has 80 folds. So we have more than about 400 female now in the Ministry of Energy, more than 30%. So I think I remember that when my first meeting with His Royal Highness, I thought, because I'm coming from a female university, and I thought that, okay, I can help you. I offered to help in recruiting more women, and he mentioned that it's not about gender, it's about merit. I look for the qualifications. So it makes us all proud that we've been selected for our merit, not just for the gender. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And Noura, I wanted to know what unique perspectives do you bring to the table in the multilateral negotiations, and how do you ensure that your voice is heard and valued amidst maybe more experienced counterparts, especially dealing with the GST agenda?
Thank you, Johara. I think there's two parts to that question. For the first part, this can be obviously debated significantly, but I think a lot of young people have a very high level of agility. We're very passionate, but because of we grew up in an extremely globalized and digitalized world. So I feel like in nature, we accept different perspectives. We can be more flexible and agile, which is something, and highly sympathetic as well to the concerns of people in very faraway lands. And I think this is something extremely important within the negotiation field. I know that as negotiators, we have to be stern and we have to, of course, fight for what we think is right, but at the same time, to get to an outcome that can fit everyone's agenda and make sense to push and advance progress at a global scale, you need to understand the perspectives of other people. And I think young people have that level of agility in their perspectives. For the second part, I think one of the most crucial elements in youth empowerment, and of course, I'm going to also say His Royal Highness has been able to empower us in an unprecedented way in this regard. There is a huge difference between empowering young people to say their views and empowering young people to affect their future. They are two entirely different spheres. So if you put young people in a room and tell them you can talk about topic X, what do you want? Or if you put them in a room with decision makers and they get to speak last and they say, I want this and that, and that's the end of the story, that's not genuine youth empowerment. You're hearing the youthful voice, but the youth are not part of the decision-making process. They are not affecting policy making and their future. And I think what I particularly appreciate about at least my role in the ministry is that if I'm working on something, I know for a fact that I will be held accountable. I'm not just responsible. I will be held accountable to progressing Project X or Agenda Y, whatever it may be. And I think this is one of the most important things to advance, especially within the climate sphere. In negotiations, it is oftentimes that I'm the youngest person in the room when I'm negotiating, and people have 30 years more experience than me. But because we're in a consensus-driven process, every voice will matter, including mine. So if I say something is not appropriate, it simply isn't, and it's not going to move the discussion. And so I think that's one of the most important things to infuse into the multilateral process, and something that a lot of countries can do better, how to integrate young people in their delegations, both of course as youth delegates, but as actual delegates that negotiate their futures. And something very important in this regard is that this comes with an enormous responsibility. It means you're not just going to be doing something always under the guidance of someone else. You have to have a huge sense of ownership over the repercussions of your action, which I think is the most extraordinary privilege, especially in a time where action is needed and we get to play that part. And of course, the GST is the outcome of COP28, and I think it's going to have a huge impact on the political signal that we send to the world on where we're at and where we need to go. But I also think that inclusivity will be critical here, and how we balance that outcome and make sure that it speaks to the needs, to the challenges, to the opportunities of every single person and region in this world is going to make the real difference. Thank you.
So Sarah, I wanted to know, what are some recommendations you would give to the young men and women in this region who aspire to become future leaders or entrepreneurs in the energy and sustainability sector, and maybe share some of the opportunities available to them?
Al-Johara, you know, in particularly to the women, I was actually yesterday looking up if there are any recent number around the female employment within the energy sector in particular. The best estimates is 20%, give or take, which is a problem for the sector by itself. I think there is so much more to do, and something that has to do with providing a vital commodity to the whole world. Part of it might be the global narrative around the contribution of the sector. I think there is a lot of understanding or demystification that needs to happen, and hopefully MENA Climate Week is a lever of that the oil and gas energy sector in particular is part of the solution, capable of delivering very important deliverables that enable us to deal with this climate ambition globally, at the same time provide the energy required to power the world. So this is one aspect of the equation, but also what I wanted to say is that in MENA region in particular, given the fact that I said before, there is a wide space, coupled with traditional expertise from the sector. And I was actually inspired by the panel that just took place before us. It was SABIC, and they spoke about the chemical products. We always say, and maybe it is also part of the equation that I talked about, that the world is going to need more materials. And the hydrocarbons are actually part of providing that feedstock or those products that are necessary not only to the energy sector, but also not only particularly to the traditional energy sector, but also to building of wind turbines, solar PVs. It approximately takes between 8 to 11 tons of chemical products, carbon fiber, carbon based material to produce every 1 megawatt of installed wind or solar capacity. So wherever you look, these are the durable products that are going to be very important for us to reach this lower emission future. And do you need, as an entrepreneur, going back to your question, as an entrepreneur, a female or a male, a youth in particular, do I really need a hard, solid physical science degree to deliver some of these projects? For some of them, yes. CCU is service company. If you want it, then you better have good knowledge of geoscience, of petroleum engineering. If you want, for example, to get into this material science, we have so many, even not the conventional cars, but even the different various types of vehicles. If you want that, also you will need some certain background, electrical engineering, and sort of it, even if you wanted to look at it from a material perspective. But there are some solutions, because it is a wide space, there are some solutions that really require good understanding of basic science, which I love. I always rave about this company, this startup. It's not here in Saudi, but I think, if anything, it should be an inspiration. Do you know that the feedstock for that company was sequestrated carbon? And what the startup managed to do is to produce soap with it, soap that you can just use to wash your hands. I think that was brilliant. And I talked to some of the pioneers in that field, and they didn't necessarily have a lot of technical people around, but it required them to do the research, do their homework, partner with many developers, people who understood the basic science, as I said, and they managed to convert the issue, which is the unabated CO2, the carbon dioxide issue, but benefited at the same time from the carbon molecule, which is a beautiful molecule to work with when it comes to the basic science. You can create a whole lot of things with it. And I think this is something builds on the CCE principle, the circular carbon economy principle. But maybe because we work in closer proximity to the field, we do have a better understanding and maybe a little bit more of an affinity. But I think it takes a lot of these startups and entrepreneurship to show to the world that actually, yes, a challenge can be an opportunity. I can recall, and actually I don't want to recall, many programs, funds, many ways that can support the small, medium enterprises, the startups. There are a lot of venture capitals. But in Aramco in particular, we have WAعد, a venture capital fund. And I like about the model of WAعد in particular, that it's not only used for supporting the projects, but also fills in the gap when it comes to the business acumen, developing the financial literacy needed for all those entrepreneurs. I think these are, as you said earlier, your skills, your knowledge, your expertise should always be the priority. And I think once you look at energy and sustainability field in its, or chain in its all comprehensiveness, you'll definitely find a lot of opportunities to create wonderful stuff.
Thank you. So building on that, Dr. Malak, how would you, because you mentioned in your previous answer that there's a lot of interest in STEM fields, but they're not pursuing careers in STEM fields. So from your point of view, what are the best ways to maybe create, or not create opportunities, but encourage women to pursue careers in STEM fields?
I hope we're doing this right now in this panel. So I think awareness is also part of the equation. So by training, I'm a scientist. I have a huge passion for science and spent my career until the last 2 years in research and in science. And the wealth of the scientist is the intellectual property, is the publication, the research, the patents, but not necessarily, we should not limit our horizon into this area only. Because when I moved to the climate change and onto the science policy interface, I discovered a huge world that I can still contribute to the world through different types of outcome, which is contributing to the international cooperation on solving global challenges and issues. And this is equally satisfying, and this message can be shared with young, with youth, with female, to increase their interest in this area as well. I also working on, as I mentioned, industry collaboration, where industry can offer specific programs to female to engage in the field and to test how does it feel like. I believe that once they explore the world, they will be willing to join, and would open huge opportunities for them. Back to you.
So speaking about policy, Noura, we spoke extensively about women and youth empowerment. So I'm wondering, as a female youth who is deeply embedded in the international climate discussions, what advice would you offer to youth as they embark on their journey to contribute to sustainable development?
So perhaps my first piece of advice, and I think I experienced this both in my capacity within the ministry, so working on climate projects such as the Saudi and Middle East Green Initiatives, or multi-stakeholder projects in general, where you have to work with people from different companies, entities, etc. But also experience this within the multilateral negotiations, is that one no is not a definitive no. And sometimes when we're in social spaces or any kind of space that's dedicated for young people, you feel this affinity around common views, and it's very comforting. But it is very challenging to be in a room with people that will tell you, no, that's not a good idea, let's move on, and they actually start moving on. So the challenge of actually equipping yourself with the perseverance and also the savviness to be able to deal with different stakeholders, think about the best way to present your ideas, gather people to agree with you and kind of present things as a collective. Think that maybe, okay, it's a no today, but it'll be a yes in a month and a half if I go at this in a steady pace. This is something crucial if you want to actually have your voice be heard within these complex institutions. And it's reality, and I think my advice would be keep this in mind and never give up. Always let it be progressive. If it's the no the first time, it could be a yes in a year or in 2 years. And I think I've experienced this firsthand. I've seen a lot of young people who have also experienced this. So the key would be perseverance. And of course, the same goes for the negotiation sphere. My second piece of advice is that issues are far more complex than they seem. I know we discussed this multiple times today, but there is so much nuance to some of the issues we think are very basic. I know before coming into the climate sphere, I had very specific views, and I thought a lot of things were simple. You know, if we want to do this and achieve this, why not just do this? It seemed so blank and easy to me. And the same goes for a lot of fields that you're not engaged in. But my advice to you is that you need to think in the most complex ways to come up with the most simple solutions. And I say this, for example, in the negotiations. I know I negotiate the GST, but I also do so on behalf of the LMDC. The like-minded developing countries is a group of developing countries which are, you know, as diverse as Saudi Arabia, China, India, Congo, Ecuador, Egypt. And each of these countries has a very different set of perspectives in terms of how they see ambition, what their challenges are, what is next for them. And so even within that role of trying to coordinate the group, I've realized that things are much more complex, and you need to find a way to understand what we all have in common and how can we progress. So maybe it's not at 100% today, but 10% today will mean that over time we get to achieve something. So I think think complex, think about nuances, and that's how you're going to achieve progress over time. My third piece of advice is to challenge yourself. You will often be placed in situations that are completely out of your comfort zone. You might be invited to a speaking role you are nervous about, you don't want to do it, you think you're underprepared, just do it. And the same goes for a lot of other kinds of opportunities you receive and you're uncomfortable with. This is what's going to propel you in the future, putting yourself in these really uncomfortable situations. And my last piece of advice is always be ready for the next opportunity. I never knew I'd end up in climate negotiations, but it's one of the most fulfilling jobs I could have ever imagined being in. And this happened because I picked up the phone and I said, why not? And I went to the job interview. But at the same time, I was always working on myself. I was always working on my skills, networking, and so on and so forth. So always prepare yourself for the next opportunity and be ready to accept it if it seems right for you. That would be my last advice.
This is great advice. I'm sure there are a lot of aspiring negotiators in the audience who will be inspired. And I'm wary of the time, but I think there's enough time for one more final question, and this is to all of you. What is the one takeaway you would like the audience to remember from this discussion? And maybe I would start with you, Dr. Malak.
I think for negotiations, the first lesson I learned was that to have a successful negotiation, then you have to get something and the other side have to get something. You cannot get it all for one side. So just make sure that both sides come out of the negotiation unequally happy, or both sides unhappy. So then you will realize that you have a successful negotiation. And in terms of the outcomes, science policy panels outcomes, inclusivity is a key. For all of us to see ourselves in any outcome, then it has to be representative of all our issues, all the regions around the world has to see themselves in an outcome and be able to adapt to it in order to be useful for everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. On to Sarah.
Can I cheat and give them two? But they're going to be more like follow-up. The first one, and I know you expect that coming, energy transition is multidimensional. And it's not because we want everybody to have a seat at the table, but because it enables everyone to be part of the solution. Walk out from here today, at least if maybe this is the ultimate thing that we can do, by thinking about the other side of the equation, by how to make this the business of everyone, by making the energy transition conversation a mode of enablement rather than placing the blame, a mode of further ambition rather than being stuck in previous dynamics. I think this is very important. The energy transition is multidimensional, multifaceted, multi-paced, and there is a space for everyone. And we can all emerge from it as winners. The second takeaway, and I was thinking about it in terms of what I spoke earlier when I said it's very important for all us professionals, especially the young ones, to maintain a growth mindset. And Noura reminded me about the importance of resilience as well. I remembered somewhere I read a saying, a quote that says, if you ask God for strength, you're not just going to wake up the next morning feeling strong and mighty and just ready to take over the world. The process, the regular process, is that you will go through different trials, different ordeals. Unfortunately, it has to be that way because you ask for ultimate strength, and you will develop your resilience, your vigor, your willingness to really fight and stand for what is meant for you at the end of the day. So always remember that, and remember there's always a light and a vision at the tunnel. Thank you.
And over to our ferocious young negotiator.
Thank you, Johara. I know I already said 4 pieces of advice, but I'll just retweet everything that was just mentioned. I think maybe one last message, and this is kind of a different take to what Dr. Malak already said. She said both will have to come out equally unhappy or equally happy. But my advice to you in terms of the internal process on receiving feedback or having your idea rejected is, you have good ideas and you should fight for them and you will find a place for them. But sometimes if someone gives you good criticism and feedback, try and see how you can use that to strengthen your arguments. And that's how you leave a discussion happier, perhaps, than the other person. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. I am deeply humbled that I got to be able to moderate this session. Thank you.
I'd like to thank each and every one of our panelists for this wonderful session and for all pioneering women for their active role in leading change for females in the industry. Also, a big special thanks to our moderator. Up next is a session on accelerating climate action towards a sustainable future, starting in a few minutes. As we embark on a profound journey into the essence of climate action, it's essential that we accelerate our efforts to combat climate change. To achieve this, we must approach climate policies through a new lens, the lens of well-being. This approach enables us not to only identify synergies, but to also acknowledge trade-offs in our pursuit for sustainable solutions. Please join me in welcoming our next panel that will explore the profound implications of reframing climate action through a transformative step towards securing a sustainable and prosperous future. Ladies and gentlemen, Sara Al-Harthi, Executive Manager of Aqua Power, our moderator for this panel. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. Global efforts are far off track to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 Celsius, to protect people from the ever-growing impact of climate crisis. The first global stocktake showed us where we're falling short to meet the Paris Agreement. Hence, the acceleration agenda to respond to the alarming reality requires cooperation and collaboration across governments, businesses, finance leaders, and civil society. We hear it's the critical decade to take action needed to stabilize the climate and to build resilient societies. To discuss that, I'm joined with stakeholders that think every day about climate solutions with an unwavering commitment to faster and credible net zero paths. The conversation today will focus on technologies and policies in the area of climate change and energy transition. Please join me to welcome His Excellency Mr. Stéphane Crozat, the Ambassador of Climate Change Negotiation, Renewable Energy and Climate Risk Prevention at the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Can you go on stage? Thank you. Mr. Marco Acelli, the COO of Aqua Power. Mr. Hussam Al-Ghailani, CEO of Badil. Ms. Radia Sidao, the Chief Energy at the Climate Change and Natural Resources and Sustainability at the UN ESCWA. Thank you so much for joining me today in this very important panel. I'll start probably the first question with His Excellency, Stéphane. In Paris, the world gathered in COP21, accepting Paris Agreement to strengthen the global agenda on climate change. And again, it's gathered June of this year on the Paris Finance Summit to reimagine an international financial architecture and create the new global financial pact focused on serving the global south. Collaboration is a key driver to France and its approach in climate action solution. What form of collaboration, Your Excellency, you envision moving forward between the global north and the MENA region?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. You mentioned the Paris Agreement. We like to think ourselves, the French, as the custodian of the spirit of the Paris Agreement since it was agreed 7 years ago now. You also mentioned the Paris summit, which took place in June. Let me just say a few words about that. The idea of my president, when he convened this summit of a financing pact, was to try and bridge the gaps. At the moment, we talk about the global north, the global south, and it seems like there's a big divide between the two. And we have to make sure that we bridge those gaps, because it's a common challenge, and we have to find ways of working together. And in the financial side, it's particularly important. We know that it's a very contentious issue in the climate negotiations. We have countries saying, well, you want us to mitigate, but we don't have the money to do that. So, you know, you're historically responsible for emissions, so you should help us finance our own transition, which is fair enough. Unfortunately, public funding is not quite at scale compared to what we need. We know we even have collectively, the global north, I would say, has had difficulty delivering on the 100 billion, for instance. And I like to say that France does its fair share. We did over 7 billion last year in climate finance, but obviously it's not enough. And the idea of my president when he convened this summit was to see, well, let's try and see, you know, what we can do thinking a bit outside the box. And there were lots of ideas circulating, the Bridgetown agenda in particular by Prime Minister Mia Mottley from Barbados, saying we have to, you know, restructure, and lots of ideas also circulating about the restructuring and adapting the international financial institutions, having to think about innovative ways of dealing with debt, having to think about debt suspension clauses in case of catastrophes, for those who are affected by climate catastrophes. And so all this was the occasion for this Paris summit, which gathered leaders from all over the world, from the global north and the global south, and which led to the Paris Pact for People and the Planet, which says something it's the first thing about that is to say that we cannot pit countries against each other, of course, but we cannot expect a country to fight against climate change and not fight against poverty. So it really has to go hand in hand, and that's the first thing that is absolutely essential. The second thing that is essential, it has to be nationally driven. It's not going to be decided top-down from institutions or whoever. It's really nationally driven. And we need to have public funding really streaming into these countries and also leverage private funding. So all this is what came out of the agreement. It was also discussed in the Africa summit, which took place in Nairobi, where lots of leaders again were there, and many from the MENA region. And so what we hope with this is to foster these collaborations by bridging this gap between the global north and the global south.
Amazing. So I think in the spirit of global north and global south, Aqua Power is one of the leaders in the global south when it comes to accelerating climate action. So as a private sector, which is a non-party stakeholder within this arena of climate change discussions, it has a tremendous role in moving the needle on climate action. And the purchase power of large companies like Aqua Power and its alike can create an early markets for innovative clean technologies, especially in hard-to-abate sectors. New technologies are argued to be the silver bulletin for climate action solutions and mitigation. Marco, what does Aqua Power stance as a developer and an investor in clean technologies in the region?
You're making a great point, Sarah. Aqua Power is the only company in the world who's a leader in all the technologies that we need to, where we need to reduce emissions. So in electricity generation, in water desalination, in hydrogen and its derivatives production. A lot of people today, when they talk about climate change, they think about renewables, but I tend not to speak about renewables anymore. They are happening. They're the cheapest, the safest, the most reliable in the country, and the fastest to implement. So really, what we see is that renewables are happening everywhere. We contributed significantly to the reduction of cost by 80–90% in the last 10–15 years. We achieved the largest plants, we achieved the lowest production cost. So I think that is, let me say, in terms of debate, a thing of the past. What we want to focus on is really what's the future. One is desalination. There we also contributed to reducing the cost of desalination, that is mainly the energy that is required to produce 1 cubic meter of desalinated water by 80% or more than 80% in the last 15 years. So that is also a technology where we are rapidly advancing and adding a lot of, let me say, innovation to continue to drive the efficiency in the plants. But the next frontier, I think, is the hard-to-abate sectors, as you mentioned. So where you cannot get with electrification. Electrification is by far the best, most efficient vector, but you cannot do all the sectors. So there are sectors like fertilizer, refiners, shipping, logistics, petrochemical, that need something else. The something else, we believe, is hydrogen and the derivatives, ammonia, methanol, and so on. Well, here too we want to play the pioneer role. And I think that today we are already on the right track. We, together with our partners NEOM and Air Products, are developing the first large-scale project in the world that is fully dedicated to export. We will produce 200,000 tons of green hydrogen or 1.2 million tons of green ammonia by the end of 2026 that we believe will be exported to Europe. It's targeted to Europe. But we're developing other projects. We're going to break ground on the second project in Uzbekistan in a few weeks. This will be tailored for the local demand for fertilizer and petrochemical. Once we do the first phase, we think that we will have enough knowledge and enough ability basically to start exporting into Europe or elsewhere. And we're developing projects in 10 countries. So from Morocco, North Africa, Egypt, to the Far East, China, Indonesia, Thailand. We put them on the shipping route because we believe that shipping will be a major user of these commodities. And we place them also close to the Far East because one way to decarbonize coal in the short term is ammonia co-combustion. So we're doing this strategically. Today, I have the ambition to say we have the lowest cost of hydrogen in the world because we have the only project in the world. But I think that in general, Europe should consider Saudi Arabia and this region as the natural partner. In the past, it was for oil. In the future, it will be for these commodities. I come from Europe. I only moved here 6 months ago. I was very skeptical about hydrogen and ammonia, green hydrogen and ammonia, because of the land and the cost it requires in Europe. Well, here, we have 3,500 hours of sun a year. We have the wind, we have land, and from desalination that is very cheap from the way we do it, we have plenty of water. So I think really we can produce the most competitive green commodities that Europe can use for their internal use to fuel the economy in the future.
Amazing, Marco. And do you feel that we can only do that in Saudi Arabia, or do we have the ability to create the same sort of economically viable projects across the different countries in the MENA region?
One thing that I picked up in Europe is after the recent experience on gas and the reliance on Russia, is that Europe now is looking to have a more diversified source of their future green commodities. I think that Saudi Arabia is the natural anchor of this supply, but I also would like to offer as a company, as Aqua Power, a diversified solution. So that's why we're developing projects in Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Azerbaijan, and other places that can supply Europe from multiple sources to reduce the risk of supply that Europe may have from any of the choke points in transportation of the big commodities.
Thank you, Marco. On the same question, Hussam, how do you see the role of sovereign wealth funds like PIF and their portfolio companies like Badil in enabling and accelerating the deployment of innovative clean technologies?
Thank you, Sarah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, it's a pleasure to be with you on this platform and to join this panel. I think I would broaden the question to include, beyond the sovereign wealth funds, the likes of the multinational financiers, all the IFDs, the DFIs, that would have a public mandate. And I would touch on the point that His Excellency mentioned and Marco mentioned. It's about now linking, connecting the dots. I think let's take a step back. What is the success factor for accelerating the deployment of innovative solutions? It's basically having them to address the energy trilemma: sustainability, security for the long term, and affordability. And if we miss in any of those, then we will end up having solutions that are not fit for purpose. So the view that I think we need to, dive deeper in the discussion and address the real issues that we have with those innovative solutions. PIF or Badil will end up, at the end of the day, want to have on their balance sheets certain assets and certain solutions that are for the long term, that are sustainable, because we have fiduciary duty to fulfill towards our ultimate shareholder, the government of Saudi Arabia and the people of Saudi Arabia, for example. Now, if we want to do that, then we need to take the same views that any conventional lender would take in terms of due diligence, assessing the risks, risk allocation, the typical standard process that any lender would do to fulfill their fiduciary duty towards their own shareholders. I think the approach will be the same. We're not going to differentiate or deviate from that approach. I think what needs to be done now is basically we need to characterize what solutions are we talking about. Marco mentioned hydrogen, and hydrogen, they are taking the lead. I still remember from my days when I was with Aqua, the very first meeting that happened to initiate a discussion on green hydrogen. It seemed at that time very ambitious, and I think this is what we are dealing with. We want to keep this momentum of delivering ambitious plans to address the climate change issues. Are we going to do the same? Is it one size fits all? There is a rule of thumb for all the solutions? I don't think so. There would be solutions that are still in the R&D phase, solutions that are associated with startups, solutions that are with large corporations, industrial corporations. The way of looking and assessing the risk associated with each of them will be different. And therefore, I think the real discussion should be on being specific on what risk are we trying to address in here. Are we trying to address the risk of the new solutions that are still in the labs and the R&D? Then I think that's where capital deployment can be deployed over there to address that specific risk, the viability risk. Or if we are talking about startups that may not have the financial strength to backstop their obligations for the long term, we are talking about solutions that are needed for at least 25, 30 years. Now, you cannot rely on a startup that's coming from nowhere, and probably with the right solution, with the right promise, with the right ambition, but not taking the financial strength. Then someone has to step in. So I think we need to tailor our solutions. We need to be specific in what we are addressing. For us, I mean, I'm not talking about BIF specifically, but in Badil, I think we have been in collaboration with Aqua Power and the renewable program, seeing all the large-scale solar PV projects that were deployed in Saudi Arabia over the last 5 years. I think, I still remember the days when we were, closing the first solar PV project in Saudi Arabia, and the rating of the solar PV was 300 watt peak. In a couple of years, we were talking about 450, and I don't know what's the situation now. I think probably 600 watt peak or 700 watt peak. But that's, again, back to Marco's point. It is happening. We just need to make sure that we are catching up and keeping up with the technology. On other technologies, no, I think the discussion will be different. And I think I'll leave it here, that we need to be, to recap, I think we need to keep our solutions.
Thank you, Hussam. So I think we get from that the fact that different countries would have different needs and different abilities to deploy different technologies. But when we talk about technology, we cannot not mention minerals and basic materials. So Radia, I take the question to you. In this context of clean technology, the role of minerals and new materials in the energy transition is becoming a pressing need in achieving net zero targets. Can MENA region play a role within the global race to secure critical minerals for decarbonization technologies, or we will remain a consumer with a minimal role to play?
Thank you very much, Sarah. And actually, I was listening very carefully on just what the speaker did mention on the advanced technologies. Certainly, we do have the technologies, at least we know the 50% of the solutions. If we put the horizon 2060 or 2050, depending where we stand. But always we speak about the downstream side of the equation, or the midstream. And we forget that we need to start, as in the oil and gas sector, and the upstream side. And the upstream side maybe was forgotten at certain points when you speak about renewable energy and the target that we set as the SDG 7. Specifically in your session, we speak about accelerating climate action in a sustainable future. So as of today, the globe would not be on achieving SDG 7 by 2030, certainly, because it looks at affordability, reliability, and modern energy. And for the simple reason that we will need 40 times what we need today, at least by 2030, in terms of critical minerals and raw materials. And speaking about the critical minerals and raw materials, and then its criticality would depend where we stand as a nation, as a country, and how critical they are for the value chain that we'd have nationally, but also regionally and globally. Certainly, those who contribute to renewable energy transition and the technology that we know them, most of them that's like be it for battery storage, wind, and solar, all of that is clear. But the thing that the value chain is more complicated than that. And within, if we take it just from the figure that we know on the horizon, that we at least we are able to do, I would say, trends to know how well we stand. The renewable energy, I would say, in terms of, I would say, a revolution, if I may use this terminology, would be much more costly if we take the whole value chain and if we take it from the availability, affordability, and obviously how much we can obviously make the mining sector sustainable, which all of us, we didn't invest as much. From the region perspective, we just had a session on the minerals, and it's really an important topic within the UN system, but globally that is taken more consideration for the simple reason that the globe would not be on track, not just because of the political will and the technology advance, because just a simple reason, the minerals which are needed for this transition are left behind. And when the investment in integrated approach that take into consideration the social, the economic, the environmental is needed. Now from the Arab region, also it's good that we are hosted in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who is given really an excellent example in a way how to align the mining strategy with the energy transition. And we had very good insight on the work that is done currently, and we'll see more at the IGF next year. It will be hosted by the Kingdom. The Arab region, basically, we represent 10% of the global production, but this includes all the minerals not necessarily critical for the energy transition. But in terms of value, they don't contribute as much if we take it compared to the oil and gas sector, and this which doesn't make it as much profitable. Now, in terms of mapping the resources, similar to the oil and gas sector, the sector is not, the resources are not very well mapped in a way that I say the resources proven and possible, and then what can be developed and made commercial, then you put them in the value chain, and whether you export it as it is, as a raw material, or you get it as a final product. So far the potential exists, be it in lithium, copper, and cobalt, and you name them, all those that we can identify among the classification that we speak now, although different organizations give different settings, but we can consider 37 as the most critical in that sense. So in the region, there is a potential, be it in the GCC, the Mashik, North Africa, the LDCs, there's a huge potential. However, it's not sustainably developed, it's not fully integrated. And now there is an awareness, even from the oil and gas companies, how to integrate all of the value chain and include the circularity, since without the circularity, you cannot achieve the targets. Just a simple example, the global need for the lithium, if we just do circularity, we'll achieve 9% of the global demand by 2030, which gave the circular carbon economy framework that's set by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to advocate for that, extremely important in this respect. So just to also indicate, maybe to close on that, because it's a long debate, just to say that the mineral sector would certainly be a very interesting entry point for the region in order to integrate the value chain while taking the economic aspect for economic diversification, creating jobs more than what we advocate for the renewable energy sector, and more importantly, to be not only an energy exporter, but it's really to be a product exporter for the value chain, provided that we find a niche market and provided that we work from now and align the energy transition strategies with the mineral strategies. Otherwise, none of us will be on track to achieve SDG 7 or to be able to accelerate climate actions.
Thank you so much, Radia. You're a proponent of the circular carbon economy and CCUS technologies. Can you tell us more about the efforts that you're working on this framework?
Yes, certainly. Maybe since we've been working since more than now it's the second year with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Since this is the T20, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was advocating for and still for the circular carbon economy framework under the 4R. Well, it just in a simple way, in a very technical way also, and correctly, politically correct, to say that the world needs to address the sustainability and climate action while using fossil fuel as a basis for handling the carbon footprint, and to support also the energy transition in terms of renewable energy and so on. So it's based on the reducing the energy used by renewable energy, nuclear power, hydrogen, and energy efficiency, and other aspects of clean energies that we know as we stand now, or technologies that we would have in the future, like hydrogen. It recycle and reuse in a way that all the industries that we have today, and there are too many, even in the transportation sector, how we can really to make the best use of recycling the material that we have and using processes that optimize in the operations in a way that following the circular economy, you can create more industries and you can create more jobs, and you are able to really track the carbon footprint. As we all of us recognize that carbon needs to be captured. So that's why the carbon capture at the end, we need to remove the carbon. And that's why all the nets, I would say, technologies that help as we know them today, be it CCS or others that's still not commercial yet, would contribute to the removal of the carbon. And to make the best use of the carbon also across the value chain, be it in the building and so on. So our work with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is to establish a center, a regional center for advancing emissions reductions. Why emissions with us and reduction with us? Because we believe it's not just the oil and gas sector, you have other sectors that contribute, and we should not ignore them now. And the idea is to first communicate well, how to really work together through the technology that we know them today, how to work also together to make all those that are at the stage of development to make them commercial, and more importantly, how the technology transfer between regions and nations in order to make and to address the fossil fuels that would remain and for decades to come a source not only of revenues but a source of energy. At the same time, also what we are advocating for is the well communication of the region efforts. Unfortunately, maybe this is really MENA Climate Week is the excellent platform to show the efforts of our host country and other countries in the region that are doing tremendous efforts in terms of not only setting targets for renewable energy, but more importantly, the largest project in the region and the highest, I would say, target in renewable energy asset in the region. So, and the potential as set by previous speakers will see the region, not just the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, really a major exporter of energy, be it through electricity generation. That's why we advocate for regional electricity interconnection, but at the same time for hydrogen, which has a huge potential for the energy security, be it for Europe or Asia market. And then obviously the center would also help to reverse knowledge, whatever. For example, I always say that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is leading in terms of leading the region through several initiatives. We should recognize that. Through the CCA, we want to make regional markets, not only for the carbon market, but more importantly, we advocate for the CCA framework, how to help the member state within the region to work together, also at the national level, to adjust the fossil fuels in the value chain and the mining sector in a way that to adjust the carbon footprints, make the best use of the energy that we have in our resources, but at the same time, ensure that the resources we have are a source of economic development and social development without leaving anyone behind.
Beautiful. So I think we always hear about these pledges and regional collaborations on the side events of the COPs. Inside the negotiation rooms, it's a little bit a different story. Your Excellency, you've been part of this multilateral climate negotiation. And multilateralism, in its nature, is a slow process, and the geopolitics usually stall the progress. But the drivers for climate action is evolving, and we're already seeing countries that are already suffering from climate calamities and don't have the prerogative to wait or to still negotiate and discuss. How do you see the momentum ahead of COP28? And do you see there is a chance for governments to deliver on their pledges?
Well, that's a very, very tough question. We're talking about accelerating climate action. Let's just remember how the Paris Agreement functions. The idea is to ratchet ambition all the time, and at least every 5 years, you're supposed to give in your nationally determined contribution, and then after 5 years, you submit a new contribution that's even more ambitious. And just to give you an example about the European Union, how we have proceeded. I'm talking about the European Union because France, as you all know, is part of the European Union, but we submit a common nationally determined contribution. So the 27 member states provide one climate ambition. And in terms of mitigation, we said back at the time of the Paris Agreement, we'll reduce our emissions by 40% in 2030 from 1990 levels of greenhouse gas emissions. And then in 2020, we said, well, that's not enough. 5 years on, we have to ratchet up the ambition, and we're going to reduce our emissions by 55% minimum of greenhouse gas emissions in 2030 from 1990 levels. Why 1990? Because it was our peak at the time, and so we want to do this. Fine. We're now in 2023. We've done roughly 25%. A quick calculation tells us that we need to do more than half in the next 7 years. So we've done in 30 years what we now need to do in 7 years. So that's really what we can say is accelerating climate ambition. And how do we do this? We set up legislation that will allow us to fulfill our pledges. And that means European legislation, which will forbid new cars powered by petroleum as of 2035. It means ramping up the carbon market in the EU. It means introducing a carbon border adjustment mechanism, and so on and so forth. So here we are trying to accelerate climate action in order to meet our pledges. And everybody else has to do that. The 196 parties that belong to the Paris Agreement have to do this. And we expect all the time for the ambition to be ratcheted up. And how do we do this? Well, we do the legislation, but then at national level, we have to implement all this. And so that's why we think there are different pathways. Even within the EU, we think that nuclear is part of the solution. And we feel we're lucky enough to have 70% of our electricity powered by nuclear, and nuclear happens to be zero carbon. So we're ahead of others in that respect. We're ramping up renewable energies. We're currently at about just over 20% of renewable energies. It's not enough. We need to double that until 2030. So we're going to ramp up offshore wind, ramp up solar, onshore wind, even though it's sometimes complicated because we have a lot of resistance from villagers who say they don't want the wind farm next to their villages. But we're doing this nonetheless. We're developing new technology. I heard you were mentioning hydrogen, which is such an has incredible potency. And I was listening to the panel earlier on NEOM and the hydrogen. Incredible hydrogen plant that you're setting up. We have similar ambitions, 6.5 gigawatts by 2030 in hydrogen, and we actually have so many projects that we're probably going to reach 8 or 9 gigawatts by 2030. And we want to work, in fact, with the region, and we want to work with Saudi, because we probably won't be able to produce as much hydrogen as we will need, because of all the needs that will be that we will have and the use that we make of with hydrogen. So we'll be looking at places like Saudi, who has this incredible potential, that has the space, that has the sun, that can drive the price down, because one of the great challenges of hydrogen is to go from roughly €4 a litre to 1, so that it can be really competitive. And I think you have the space and the technology to reach that price and to make it extremely competitive. And so we will be looking at countries like Saudi to import some of the hydrogen that we cannot produce ourselves, because Europe is, a tighter place, less sun, and that's where we talk about constructive cooperation on all sides, so that we can really accelerate the climate action that we were talking about. And just to finish up on COP28, it's a really crucial COP, because it's the first time we're going to have what's called the global stocktake. It's written in the Paris Agreement that every 5 years we have to sort of stop to think and to look at where we are in the implementation of the agreement, and that's the global stocktake. And I'm afraid I can already say that we will realize, we'll have to write that we're not on track, and we have to course correct our trajectory in order to be able to respect the 1.5 degree limit that we are setting up for ourselves in increase in temperature. And in order to do that, we need to ratchet up the ambition. We need to ratchet up the mitigation potential by all countries, and we need more cooperation, we need more finance, and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So all the way from Europe to COP28 to the MENA region, Marco. You're seeing, since you just came recently to the region, the abrupt transition that the region is going through, both geopolitically and economically. We're seeing a region that is really ambitious, that wants to spearhead innovation and create a value and be in the international stage. How do you see the region's climate change ambitions? And do you think we possess the execution enablers to create a clean and a green region?
Yeah. Vision 2030 is one of the main reasons why I came to Saudi Arabia. It's not Aqua Power with all the greatness of the company or what's going on, but it's really a great program across all fields of economy, social, culture, and everything. But focusing on that and building on that, we often speak about the energy trilemma, so affordability, sustainability, security. But His Excellency reminded us that there's a fourth element, so it's a quadrilemma: speed. We cannot wait, we need to run. And what I saw here in Saudi Arabia, really, the big difference from what I was used in different countries where I worked before, from North America to Europe to other places in the world, is that here really we can achieve a speed that is unparalleled. Just to tell you about what we do, today we have about 50 gigawatt of power. It used to be 100% fossil until 5-6 years ago. Today, 46% is renewable. The country already, we heard this morning, they realized 22 gigawatt of renewables since, 4 or 5 years ago. The total installed capacity is 90 gigawatts. So that tells you about the speed that we have here, which I boil down and I say, what can we learn elsewhere? And I've seen it also in other countries where we operate, like Uzbekistan. And I think if I have to say what's common of the speed is, one, to have a vision, clear vision. The second is to have a strong, deep, constructive dialogue between policymaking and private investors. And the third is taking decisions. And this is what I see today here that I think is very valuable and something that we can learn upon now that we need to coordinate policies, as we were saying, for instance, on green molecules between the European Union, between the Far East, and between producing countries. So that with the CBAM, the definition of what is green in different countries, it would be great if we have an alignment so that from the final consumer to the producer, to the marketers in between, to the shipping company who will transport the products, basically the green products, it's great if we can come with a common definition and we can work together to make the project viable.
Beautiful, and I think trade is going to be one of the important discussions that's going to happen in COP28, and the importance of involving the topic of trades on green commodities. Moving back to Saudi Arabia, Hussam, PIF has a mandate of executing the renewable energy program of Saudi Arabia, which represents 70% of the renewable energy mix, which is arguably a measure of accelerating the deployment of renewable energy in the Saudi grid. From your point of view at Badil, being a wholly owned investment arm of PIF in the program and being the interface between the public and the private sector, what can we learn from the experience of Saudi Arabia in managing such an interface in terms of governance, policy, and implementation?
Thank you, Sarah. I think I'll touch back on the point that probably Marco has highlighted that, and I think I would reflect. Back in 2016, when the vision was announced, the target was 9.5 gigawatts by 2023 for the whole country. We are in 2023, and in Badil itself, we have 9.5 gigawatts. Forget about the whole market. So the market has moved, and the country has moved from, and again, that's back to your point, Your Excellency, that the moment that you have the right institutions, and the institutions are talking to each other with the right, with the right mandates, with the right capacities, with the right instruments, then definitely the ambitions can be achieved. And in 5 years, and every 5 years, when we come and gather, we can discuss something bigger because we know that we can do the area plans. So, and back to Saudi, I think from 2016 to today, the evolution in the institutions that are looking at the energy transitions, I could say that it's one of the role models that can be looked at by everyone else. Not just in terms of, the institutions are the conventional institution. You have Ministry of Energy, you have PIF, you have the regulator, you have, the cabinet, you have the same conventional agencies that are still doing the same job. But the thing here that depth and breadth has been given to those institutions. Earlier, the previous session, we were looking at women who have been empowered, who were given the mandate to execute in complex negotiations, and that's the depth that you are looking at. Because we are not anymore talking about deploying projects in certain sites. You are now talking about pushing the boundaries, pushing the envelope to allow for more technologies, for more solutions to be accommodated and to be deployed at the end of the day to address the concern and the matter at hand. So I think, yes, we need to be patient. I think inevitably the issue is complex, and we have to accept that it's complex. We have to deal with that complexity with patience, with resilience. I think more collaboration is needed. We need to work in an institutional fashion, because at the end of the day, you don't want to get out of the whole game with one party losing or with externalities that will have permanent damage to the economy or the society. We need to be careful, and that's where I think, yes, I agree with you, Marco, that we need speed, but we need to speed, that speed that's within the limits, within those signs that we see on the road, and be careful that, well, if there is a signal to say, slow down, then yes, we need to slow down. This is what I can probably say that about, and I think, we need to be also patient, and Saudi Arabia has been, reaping the benefits, to be frank with you, of, at the end of the day, we are procuring infrastructure through two models, the public-private partnerships since 2004, and through the conventional EPC government procurement. Those models have matured over the years. People have learned from the mistakes, fixed things, and moved on. This is not happening everywhere. Certain countries are just initiating and just starting the process of engaging private sector to deploy capital and build projects. I think we need to be patient, and I think we need to be balanced, because at the end of the day, you don't want to have imbalanced situation where some are reaping the whole benefits of the whole movement and some are still lagging behind. And I think these kind of dialogues and discussions will allow each of us to understand each other and to understand where we are in the process.
Thank you, Hussam. You mentioned that climate change is a complex issue, and for a complex issue, you need an adaptive leadership. And Radia, you've been working with the UN Asbua, which has been working on prioritizing addressing the implications of climate change and sustainable development in the Arab region. From a policy perspective, how do you assess technology availability and infrastructure readiness to create rapid and affordable deployment of climate solutions?
Is your question on the regional level or global level?
Regional.
Okay, we are on the MENA Climate Week, and since we, maybe our conversation was mostly focusing on the area where we consider that the finance is available, the capacity to really implement very fast, which is available in the oil and gas producing countries, for example, within the region is there. But let me just, from a regional perspective, just to very quickly, to say that the region is really heterogeneous. So you have the LDCs, like countries in Yemen, Mauritania, and Sudan, for example, who have already resources, but are not able to allocate, I would say, the financial resources, the technology, appropriate technology is not there. And you have those that are net importing countries, like those in North Africa, Morocco, and Tunisia, for example, who are doing and Jordan and Egypt, for example, who are in between net importing countries that do have also other resources. And obviously the finance, access to finance and technology, and how to really to work on the local content and the value chain is still a challenge. So from climate change perspective within the region, we always advocate for access to appropriate technology. Number two, also in terms of how to localize that. And more importantly, how the technology transfer that we needed. Like if we speak about hydrogen, this month on the 16th October, Mauritania, for example, will have a very important event to launch the largest hydrogen project that we expect to have globally as well. It has a private sector, it has GCC countries investing in that. And with that, Mauritania doesn't have the knowledge, doesn't have the capacity, doesn't have the technology, and have a concern in terms if this project will be environmentally sustainable, because it's a large project. So from a climate change negotiation as well, we always advocate that within the region, obviously, it's not just about the complex technologies. Some of them are available in the GCC, for example, but it's really sometimes in the basic, you don't have access to that, and this should be on the top of the agenda. Number two is really building the capacity at all levels of the stakeholders, including the private sector, be it outside from the region or within the region, in order to learn from the best practices and also to even design policies and regulations that are suitable to the national context. And importantly, the technology that we are speaking about, that obviously we need to have access to finance, just 5% from the climate funds going globally, it's going to the region, and less of it going for the adaptation, for example. So whatever of technology that we speak about, we take it from water, energy, food, land degradation, biodiversity, respecting all of that, because it's a very vulnerable region, and whatever solution that you need to look at them, they are really specific. We spoke about desalination, for example, and it's huge, and some of the countries do not have the technology, but also the finance to invest on that. So technically speaking, we still from a regional level look at from really advocating for this access technology. And since we spoke about minerals and the potential of the region, specifically on the LDCs, is to say that this needs to be across the value chain from the minerals till the commercial of the equipment. That we expect that should be much more localization within the region, given the resources, not only natural resources, but also the human capital. And this certainly, with the youth, I've seen you had a session with the youth, it's a huge potential to really lead not only as an energy exporter, but also as a human capital, hopefully not exporter, but driving the change.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I think this session has been really enlightening. We discussed the importance of collaboration between Global North and Global South, as well the important imperative of collaboration between the public and the private sector. Technology solutions and technological transfer has been a main topic across this panel, and it is crucial to create the sustainable future that we're looking towards. With that, I would like to thank you all for being part of the panel, and thank you so much for Saudi Arabia for hosting the MENA MENA Climate Week and allowing us to be here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Sorry.
Very insightful. Thank you all. And up next is our last session for the day, which is a dialogue on circular economy of Saudi Arabia's Basic Industry Corporation, also known as SABIC, which will begin shortly. Thank you. The next dialogue introduces a groundbreaking initiative led by SABIC. This initiative is driven by a mission to pioneer a circular economy benefiting both people and the planet through innovative solutions and promoting the recycling practices in industries and communities, fostering a culture of sustainability and resource efficiency. The discussion panel, moderated by Mr. Salim Al-Anizi, Senior Manager of Application Technology at SABIC, gathers experts to explore how SABIC's commitment to sustainability is reshaping the industry and leading the way towards a more sustainable future, emphasizing the importance of innovation and evolution in these critical times. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our next panel.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all. Thank you all for joining us for today's session. Our dialogue today will be focused on discussing the circular economy. And I have the pleasure to have the company of esteemed guest panelists who will be sharing their view and opinion about the topic. So let me start with welcoming them. And to begin our discussion, I will introduce and invite the panelists to the stage. Mrs. Yasmin Pansa, the Sustainability MENA Leader at PepsiCo. Yeah, Yasmin. Yasmin. Last one, please. Yes, Dhakar Al-Rabai'a, the CEO of the recycling business of BIA. Sultan Al-Saif, the Innovation and the Technology Director at CIRC. And Rami Boujouda, the CEO of Beritic. Muhannad Al-Haydari, the Circular Economy Leader, MIAF at SABIC. Welcome to the stage. Welcome again. And to structure our conversation, I'll be posing the questions to the panelists, and we'll be planning and opening the floor for the question at later part of the session based on the time. Okay, so I'll start with you, Sultan. CIRC has a critical role to play in achieving the Kingdom's national waste diversion goals. What are plans that CIRC has in place to support a thriving economy within Vision 2030?
Sure. Thank you, Salim. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers from the Ministry of Energy and the hosts of this discussion from SABIC on hosting such an important topic on circular economy with such an esteemed panel. So to address your question, Salim, of course, as part of the mandates of the Saudi Investment Recycling Company, CIRC, being one of the wholly owned subsidiaries from the Public Investment Fund, we position ourselves as one of the main players of this sector in the kingdom. Of course, this is something that we wouldn't be able to achieve whatever goals or plans or aspirations that we have without working together and collaborating with the rest of the sector in the kingdom, including, of course, the National Center for Waste Management, MOAN, the regulator of this sector. So as part of the goals, we position ourselves as one of the main players towards achieving the Saudi Green Initiative goals in terms of achieving landfill diversion. As per the Saudi Green Initiative, the kingdom is setting up a target to achieve 94% landfill diversion by the year 2035. To put things in perspective, the current landfill diversion percentage for the kingdom is less than 5%. If we were to compare this with the rest of the globe and the experiences of several G20 countries, we'd see that it took them at least 30 to 40 years to go from not 5% landfill diversion, but near 40 to 50% landfill diversion to complete landfill diversion. What we have to do in the kingdom, and because we are leaders, we want to achieve this landfill diversion of 94% in less than 10 to 15 years. It's a great, I would say, goal. And of course, the ambition is high because the enablement is there from the kingdom government, as well as the willingness to support this from the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you, Sultan. That sounds very ambitious, and you can do it, of course. Muhannad, I'll move now to ask you about SABIC. As we know, SABIC launched a True Circle as its initiative to drive a circular economy a few years ago. So can you update us on the progress of this journey in the Middle East region so far? Please.
Thank you, Salam. So first of all, I'm glad to be as part of this panelist, really, among the heroes of waste management in the Middle East. And we are really happy to see such engagement during the MENA week. And back to your question, maybe listening to Sultan and see the ambition goals, I think we just did the first step. But definitely, we are in a marathon, so still we need to have the stamina and also the patience to take it, but at the same time, we need to have the passion. For us in SABIC, we started the True Circle as a program, but there are a lot of pillars there, and we want to work in a collaboration. And actually, maybe in this panel, we have most of the value chain here, in addition to regulator like Moana also driving the change, which is very thrilling for us. And we are working with a lot of partners in terms of how we can set the base in terms of mechanical recycling, chemical recycling, as well developing the value chain. And one of the things that we are proud of, we just did a test for our value chain, and we managed to test the whole value chain last year in Jubail, and we managed to introduce the first circular economy in the Middle East, which is something we are proud of. We did it together in collaboration with our partner in Aramco and Sator. And this is just an example. We are working also with other partners, and we have a lot of things to do. We are collaborating with PepsiCo as well, and we are looking to how we are turning these challenges into opportunities.
Thank you, Muhannad. Yes, the partners across the value chain. You mentioned the keyword that we'll hear it so many times in this session and any circular economy session. Yasmin, so PepsiCo global efforts under the PepsiCo positive umbrella cover a wide spectrum. So can you elaborate on that and how the company has taken a global sustainability strategy and try to localize it here in the region?
So first of all, I mean, looking at the panel today, it's so nice to see all our partners in one place. It's a full value chain, right? We keep talking about value chain, but it just makes the process complete. Because once you look at each of the gaps, you start to fill where it is needed to build a circular economy. So it's really nice to be part of this panel. So in terms of what PepsiCo is doing, we're in a period of transformation ourselves. We are an F&B company. We produce beverages. We produce snacks. Most of you would know what our products are, from Pepsi, Mirinda, 7-Up, to Lay's, Doritos, Cheetos. So we look at each of the activities that get your product into your hands, and then what happens to that product once it leaves your hands. And how do we bring back a lot of that packaging back into our system? So we evaluate each of the activities across, all the way from where we grow the sugar cane that goes into Pepsi and 7-Up and all the carbonated soft drinks. And then we evaluate the manufacturing process, how much water, how much electricity, how is the transportation done from different points of contacts, from suppliers all the way to customers. Then when we think of packaging, and this I think is the most complicated, what produces that packaging? How much energy is produced? How do we replace that energy in the production of that packaging good? And then what happens to that packaging once it reaches your hand? How do you process it? How do you collect it? How do you recycle it? And how do you bring it back into the system, all at a cost-effective price? And this is what we're trying to do in the Middle East. Each of the markets are extremely different. You have Lebanon and Jordan and Iraq doing very different things than the GCC. Each consumer across the region is very different. How do you tackle behavioral change? How do you work with your local waste collectors and policies to change the way that we look at waste and economize the way that we focus on the circularity of packaging itself? So that whole system needs to be evaluated, and the panel and the stakeholders here are quite equipped to answer a lot of the discussions on circular economy.
Thank you, Yasmin. Well said. Now, Dakir, I'll be asking you about your impressive achievement as your operation has helped achieving the highest waste diversion rate in the Middle East. So what were the key enablers in that? And what the kind of activities that, from your opinion, should happen in the other Middle East countries to help you to increase the chance of success of this circular journey? Yes.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. And if I would summarize the experience of BIA Group, I would say that BIA was established in 2007, and the way it was established might be the first key factor to its success. It was established to be a public-private partnership, and it was established to be the one and the only integrated waste management body to tackle all the issues related to the waste in a specific geography. And we're talking now about Sharjah City. Why I would consider this as a key factor? Because giving this responsibility to the private sector means that the private sector would be concentrating on creating net profit at the end of the year. Let's be honest. A CEO of any waste management company would report to the shareholders net profit, business expansion, etc. When it comes to the government has different pain to address, which is the environment, the diversion, the recycling, international environmental commitments, etc. When you combine both together, and in BIA it's a 50-50, so 50% of BIA Group is owned by the municipality, then you get an environmental and legislative body working from one side, hand in hand with an agile and business and commercial driven entity, which is the private sector. When I talk about the integration, why I think that this is also another key, because you cannot make the diversion rate without considering your collection infrastructure, quantity of bins, a very minor factor like over-compacting waste inside a compactor affects your diversion and recovery rate at the end of your recycling process. Also, you cannot create, for example, a high-quality alternative fuel without considering that other facilities would prepare the raw material for you, removing the organic glass, etc., and then sending it to the station that creates the alternative fuel. So the integration plays a very major role, not to fragment the operations related to waste management if your end goal is to reach a high recycling and diversion rate economically. So doing this, ensuring that the business is financially sustainable. We believe that the model that was implemented in Sharjah is a good role model to be followed. To talk about the end result, we're talking today about a diversion rate, a recovery rate that increased last year to exceed 80%. We're hoping to close the year at a rate of 90%. And definitely in the next 24 months, we will be reaching 100% diversion, inshallah. And this is something that you can inspect visually by visiting our landfill to see that it is not busy, while you will see other 11 facilities working in the same place, operating 24/7.
Yeah. Thank you, Dak. Yeah, well said. Now I'll move to Rami. So Rami, as a sustainability ecosystem builder and an investor in the circular economy in Lebanon and maybe in the Middle East, you believe in the importance of the innovation. So can you elaborate on that and what you look for when you're considering the new business ideas in the circular economy?
Thank you very much, Salim. Just a disclaimer, I'm the COO of Veritech, not the CEO, just to make sure that
all right.
it's clear, not to be in trouble.
Okay.
But I don't know. But as you mentioned, innovation is an important component in the development of any economy. And at Veritech, we've been in the support of innovation and entrepreneurship for the last 21 years now. When we look at innovation, we look at how can we make things better for the stakeholders, for the clients, whether it's a transformation of engineering, technology, and a business model. Now, when we look at circularity, we look at it from all angles. And as we heard just now, it's also about economics. So how can we look at reusing those resources, optimizing on those resources, and create a better economical circularity to create value? When you look at innovation, we look at the idea. Is it solving a real problem, a pain point in the market? And we just heard some of the pain points. Yasmin just talked about what will they do with their products, with their waste? How will it be transformed? What will be their responsibility? We looked at the landfill and how can we divert waste from the landfill and so on. And when we look at all these products, we look at how can we solve problems and create value out of it. So first of all, we look at the problem. Is there a real problem? Is this solution solving this problem? And then we look at, will people invest in this or buy it? Will people or governments, because when we look at circularity, sometimes it's a B2G type of solutions. Will they really invest in getting it? And then we look at the team. Are they capable to solve this problem, scale the solution, and really make a difference? So these are very important components. So at Veritech, we've worked with a number of entrepreneurs around circularity in different sectors. We worked on sustainable textile and fashion, looking at what can we do with that sector, for example, that creates a lot of pollution. One of the polluting sectors that is out there. We looked at food and organic waste transformation, from extracting polyphenols and using them in different things, from converting fruit peels into disposable plates, from the generation of biofuel from waste, compost, and so on. And we've looked at packaging and plastics and so on. So we have companies, for example, that are working on valorizing the waste into other products, and so on and so forth. So I think we'll talk a bit about those innovative solutions in a bit.
Yeah, great, Rami. And I think realizing the concept of circular economy to final product, even to the public, that's a great milestone. Back to you, Sultan. And we often hear about the necessity of the collaboration across the value chain. When it comes to realizing our business targets. And we know Circa are working with multiple partners in KSA. Would you have share with us some of these examples or of these partners?
Definitely. So to start with, I believe that for circular economy, if we look into the collaboration, it's an essential need there. It's not like any other sector where you can have people working in silo and still making profits. You have to have this across the value chain. I mean, my dear colleague and partner here, Dakar, actually mentioned the necessity of working with the collectors to ensure that the waste is not over-compacted, not to impact the recyclability of this once it gets into the material recovery facilities. But from a more macro level, I think it's not only in these details in the operations where the active collaboration should be there, and collaboration from the early stages in the design of these facilities. I want to shed light on a very specific example of a mega project that we're pursuing at CIRC in Riyadh. We have the so-called integrated waste treatment centers. There will be more than one center that will be deployed here in Riyadh with several partners. one of which actually is BIA with among other partners. For these centers and for this project, we didn't just go and pick and choose what sort of facilities we want to build or what sort of designs we will pick or what treatment mix we would be determining. But no, we would actually start collaborating with the regulator first, with the National Center of Waste Management. There is a very well-built, elaborate strategy deployed by the center, by the regulator, MOAN, under the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, where it sets out a very clear, detailed plan with specific targets. A specific target for waste to energy, a specific target for how much is the design of the material recovery facility, as well as the RDF. I mean, again, another example that Dakar mentioned on the refuse-derived fuel. If we don't have the right off-takers and the energy demand of this refuse-derived fuel within the region where we are producing it, and we would just take this fuel and ship it elsewhere, then this would go, I mean, against the point, and we would actually be creating even more emissions shipping this solid fuel elsewhere. And this is where this active collaboration, and again, from that macro level, from a regulation perspective, is extremely necessary. In addition to this, there is also collaboration with the existing operators of the sector, because waste management cannot stop. As much as we would have people living, we would have waste being generated. So we will not tell them, stop your operations, we will come in and we want to uplift or upgrade the sector. We would have to integrate the uplifting of these standards with the current players. So that's another mode of collaboration. Last but not least, we also believe that it's not one solution that fits all, and we would have to learn from where others have ended. I will use, Dakar, I'll refer to you again. I'll use the example of BIA and what they've done and what they've started back in 2007. And now reaching 80 to 90% diversion in a very, I would say, our neighboring country in the UAE, with similar cultures, similar social and economic behaviors, and they've reached the goals that we want to get into. However, we also have to do that not in the 15 or 18 years. We have to do this within the time frames that are set through within our Saudi Green Initiative. And this, Salim, is the importance of the collaboration and what we currently have at CERC.
Yes, indeed, and thank you, Sultan. Yes, even the collaboration across the value chain and the great example actually between CERC and BIA is one of the best example on this field. And now I'll move to Muhannad, but still connecting with CERC, as the question is related to both SABIC and CERC. So SABIC signed, in 2021, SABIC signed an MOU with CERC to explore the plans of establishing a chemical recycling facility. So how was the collaboration, and why is the chemical recycling is important to achieve the kingdom's goal in the circular economy? Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, I will, if you allow me, Rami today asked me, how is the relation with Sultan? And I told him, great, but to which level? And this is where we had the debate. So one of the things we are working together here, we need to collaborate with different value chains and with even different industries. And this is what we are trying to do as a circular economy in both parties. I think from CERC side, becoming a national champion for circular economy, from our side as a national champion for polymers, we see that we can create a win-win situation, and this is one of the things that we are exploring. It's not easy. We are pioneering together, but at the same time, we are trying to set something for the first time. And we have an ambition to do it for the first time, inshallah, in the Middle East. And with all, I think, the expertise and the knowledge we have, we will make it happen. The advanced recycling, it is very important. And we believe to achieve such target which Sultan gave us today, diverting more than 96%, it's a challenge. Sorry, 94% to be precise. Yeah. It's a challenge, and we need all the technology to take us there. And we believe mechanical, chemical, and maybe in the future we have other technologies evolving. It will be the roadmap to achieve these numbers. And we are looking for tomorrow technology to do the challenges we have today. And I think by having the advanced recycling, we can bring the molecules back into the system. So we will break down the polymers, break it back, and this will create a value rather than destroying it. And this is something we are a big believer in. And actually, we have demonstrated, and now we are moving into achieving our target. And today, our CEO emphasized on our commitment to achieve the 1 million ton of true circular material by 2030. So we have similar challenges, Sultan. We have less than 8 years to do it. So we are under the same, I think, pressure, but at the same time, we see it as an opportunity, and we cannot do it without, I think, the experience and also the successful history we have in the region.
Yeah, sure. Then we have to have the chemical recycling facility in place to meet our requirements. Now, thank you, Muhammad. Now I'll move to Yasmin and talking about final products again. So the last year, PepsiCo introduced the first recycled plastic, which is RBAT bottles, which is bottles made from bottles, to the GCC market. And this year, you have started introducing this to the KSA market. So this is actually a great milestone towards the circular packaging goals. So what were the learning and challenges on this journey, Yasmin? And how you see the working to achieve this across the value chain? Yeah.
So following the unlock of policy across the GCC, the Gulf Standardization Organization allowed for the use of recycled material in beverage packaging. And this was a huge milestone for the GCC. This unlocked a huge world for everybody to move down when it came to the circular economy. So across the GCC, from Kuwait and Qatar and now Saudi, we've launched bottles made out of bottles. And it sounds like a very simple concept, but the supply chain to actually get there was very, very complicated. So first of all, you need to get clean, uncontaminated plastic. You need recyclers. You need converters to convert that into little preforms that we can then blow up into bottles. And so the cycle had to get involved from the segregation of where the plastic or the material is put into the trash, all the way onto where we get it back and we can produce it into the manufacturing facilities. Number one, policies. We unlocked the use of recycled PET in food grade packaging. This was a big milestone. But we need to work on other policies, for example, tipping fees at the landfill, convincing consumers to segregate at the household, because automatically you create input that will go into their future facility. You need supply and demand to be equal. So what we're trying to do is make sure that the supply of feedstock is available, that there is recyclable material to go through the system. And then we also need to convince people like SABIC and CERC that there's a demand for recycled material. It might come at a bit of a price at the beginning, but we are ready to take that investment up front and pay for the future of recyclable material to come back into our system. So we get involved across the spectrum. Now, one of the things that links up with some of Rami's work is how do we work on innovation? There's a lot of ways to change and trigger some of these processes. For example, one of the companies we work with, but also was originally founded by Berrytech in the idea stage, and they've been supported by Berrytech, is Nadira Technologies. They are a trash for cash system. So this way, you get consumers involved in the process. I'll take your recyclables, but I'll give you cash incentive, or I'll give you some type of credit that you can redeem at either retail stores or airlines, whatever. But people need to start to see that there was an actual economic value in waste. So innovation is a big part, and we've been focusing on building the innovation ecosystem in waste across the different markets in the Middle East. So generally that's generally a very complicated system to actually resolve.
Yeah, indeed, it is. It is. Thank you, Yasmin. Well said. Now I'll move to Dakir, and I'll ask you if you feel if there is a particular entity in the chain holds a bigger responsibility in terms of uplifting the circular economy, and would that be the producer, the government, the governmental organization, and governmental organization, the brand owners? So what do you think? So do you feel any of the value chain members, let's say, holds a bigger responsibility in terms of uplifting the circular economy?
Okay, so I will just add to what have been said just now. First of all, not only SABIC finds it great to work with Sultan, everybody finds it great to work with Sultan. A very good and promising specialist, and he has the respect, I think, of everybody. When we talk about recycling in general, we need to understand what is our target. And I can just only repeat again. There are two targets. One target is environmental and social, and the other one is economic and financial. Your stakeholders are different. So when your target is environmental, so definitely your most important stakeholder is the owner of the legislation for the environment, and it's different bodies in different countries. When it becomes about the economics, then your stakeholders definitely are the waste management companies. And it's very important here always not to blame waste management companies. Waste management companies pay money to make profit. The legislative body has to use the waste management as a tool, as a spanner. You want to let's say, unscrew a bolt, you use a spanner. Your waste management can bring a hammer and smash the bolt. It will solve your problem. Or it can bring a spanner and just dismantle it easily in a very nice way. So to close this loop, you need to put the right legislations that can guarantee the waste management company to operate professionally, environmentally, and to make whatever norm of profitability. And only then you can really unlock the potential of your recyclables. Let's have an example. By the way, when we started, we didn't have the luxury that we see now. So when you talk about 13 or 14 years ago, and you come and say, starting from today, I will implement tipping fee. You guys don't maybe understand the level of stress that we were put under. Now the tipping fees in Sharjah are less than tipping fees in all other Emirates, somehow. So right now, it is easier for you to talk to your stakeholders than it was 13 or 15 years ago. Everybody understands the challenge. So first of all, put the right legislations together. Ensure that the right legislations enable your waste management company not to think only about making a profit any way possible. Make your waste management company think that I can do it only this way. You don't have option in Germany to come and collect the carton, then the yellow bin and the gray bin, put them in one compactor and run away with it. You cannot do it. But if you would tomorrow tell the same company, guys, we will pay you 50% of what we're paying today, manage yourself, they will go back to the way they were doing like maybe 30 or 40 years ago. Very important aspect here is when everybody tells me that in this case, the waste generator will have to pay 2 times, 3 times, 4 times more. My question is, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, more than what? Go back to the way we are calculating our landfill cost, total cost, total. Total is very important. Go back to calculate today, what is your total cost when you send material to landfill, and start from there. And what do I mean? I can be more specific here. We can discuss it for hours, but let me be very specific. Imagine this land where we are now. If you want to sell it or rent it, you would rent it for 1 riyal per square meter today. The adjacent area subsequently can be rented for 1 riyal per square meter. You decide to turn it into a landfill. So immediately it becomes 0 riyal per square meter. And the adjacent area will become 0 per square meter. Come after 30 years, it will be 0 per square meter, and the other one will be 0 per square meter. Take this model and compare it to a similar piece of land, but in another area in Riyadh, between today and 20 years from now. Is anybody calculating the cost of lost opportunity here? No, I don't think so. The second thing, this landfill this landfill will live forever. So it's not only the 20 years when you are depositing waste inside, you will deposit, close, and then what? You will still spend money for the leachate treatment, closure, recultivation, etc., etc. And if you decide to remediate it, you will be talking about billions of riyals. Are these billions of riyals lost as opportunity cost and as subsequent environmental and other costs calculated backwards as a tipping fee per ton? No. So you start from calculating your real total costs, social, environmental, and financial. When you landfill your material, you roll back, you get to a very fair tipping fee. You unlock the potential of your recyclables by, for example, free collection of recyclables, maybe some sort of financial returns or compensation for those who recycle. And finally, you make the companies finance their collection and other activities from the fair tipping fee that you impose. And in my opinion, that's how you unlock the full value chain, the full value across the whole chain.
Yeah, we'll cover the really valuable input. Thank you, Dakar. Now we'll move to Rami, and I'll ask you, Rami, about if you, from your experience, do you see the interest from the venture capitals, from the investor and the funding in the circular economy and recycling sector? And what do you think can play a role in spark that?
Okay. So, well, when you look at venture capitalists in the region, circularity is not necessarily the sexiest thing they are looking at. You look at fintech, you look at technology, you look at AI, this is where people are looking at. But I think if you look at the potential of circularity with what has been discussed today, there's so much that could be done. And when you look at technology being used in the value chain of waste valorization and circularity, there's so much that could be done. Think of AI in the sorting of waste. Think of the data of behavior of consumers or people using things. Think of the value created by recreating products out of it. So venture capitalists today maybe are not very excited, but I think the enabling environment could lead to it. You've talked about policies, you've talked about the right incentives to get people to move. And I think when we look at the government that's setting goals of reaching, 94% waste diversion, that should incentivize venture capitalists to put money into solutions that would reach there. So one way to attract people in investing in these type of solutions is maybe looking at investment funds that could have some de-risking mechanisms to maybe cover the first loss, get those companies to go in, minimize the risk, and incentivize VC companies to go in. I think partnering with major players and corporations like SABIC, like PepsiCo, and so on would play a big role because they are takers of these kind of innovations, and maybe corporate investment firms, arms of these corporations might be super excited. I think what would get venture capitalists to be excited about it is linking them also to the academic sector and the research center by looking into players like in Saudi Coast or Lebanon, the number of universities, or in other countries, and see how applied research and innovation could take us to the next place through the different fields. It could be behavioral science, technology, chemistry, you name it. All of those are potential solutions, potential fields where solutions could come out of it. So the hope is high to see more venture capitalists specialize in this field. And I hope we have ears to listen and get the first movers in so that we can accelerate that transformation in the region.
Yeah, sure. We hope so. And in some cases, sometimes the regulations convert the limitations to enablers. So we hope that. Thank you, Rami. Well said. Now, again, Sultan will come back to you and to ask you about the barriers for the recycling. And through your heavy engagement in many occasions, do you think there is interest from the public?
Well, Salim, this is a very important topic. I mean, whenever we talk about recycling and we talk about the value chain and the whole ecosystem, we have to think about the pre-collection activities as well as the collection, where sorting at source and the compliance of sorting at source is an important aspect. Let me tell you, in fact, from several, I would say, previous trials and several studies, some of them actually have been deployed here in Riyadh. They were run by the Amana here in Riyadh, who are great partners in whatever projects that we are aspire to achieve. In fact, the numbers were extremely encouraging. If you ask the general public, let's ask ourselves, if we have the option to source at source, knowing that this would actually get into real recycling, we would definitely participate. And there are several surveys that have already been conducted where we found very encouraging results. I would also add another aspect is that going into whatever plans that's for the sorting at source to be deployed via the National Center of Waste Management, MOAN, the directives is actually a 3-bin solution where there would be a bin for dry recyclables, it will be the blue bin, another bin for the organics, waste, food, etc., and a third bin for the mixed general waste, the mixed rubbish. For us, I believe, being in our culture with the, I would say, the Islamic traditions, we always try and take our leftovers, right? If we go to restaurants, we would take the leftovers and we would keep it in the fridge for 3 to 4 days and then we would throw it. Sometimes this happens actually for some people. But if you know that this is something that would actually go into beneficial reutilization, we would actually, first of all, try and minimize, but should this be the case where we would have such leftovers or food waste or general organics going into composting, we would feel more confident in the system. As such, there would be even more participation. So I believe, talking about barriers, I don't think that the public participation in the sorting at source is a true barrier. But I think the general preconception that trash is cash is in reality the real barrier. I mean, as Dhakir mentioned, I mean, with the tipping fee and the instating the tipping fees, this is the real barrier. Waste management without having the right gate fees that supplements the activities would never become profitable. And no recyclers would actually come and participate in the sector without having this ecosystem all built. And as such, we have the great partners at the National Center of Waste Management, MOAN, who are leading the path and paving it with all of these investment opportunities where this gate fee is being instated. And as such, to resolve this challenge, because we can't just sit idle and say, we'll wait for MOAN to lead the way, we have to actually try and find other alternatives and other solutions, perhaps not for municipal solid waste, but for some other streams where the polluter pays, where we would actually charge the polluters to pay for the for dealing for this waste, recycling it, and to take it into the safe disposal. In addition to this, we have to also incentivize. I really thank you, actually, Rami, for mentioning the innovation angle, because there are solutions that are being deployed. I mean, at CERC, we have our CERC Applied Solutions Center at KAUST, and we have found several solutions for some specific waste streams where it actually is an economical solution and a feasible solution, even with the existing ecosystem. However, for the general grand scheme of things, to achieve the 94% landfill diversion, accounting for the municipal solid waste, the main barrier is putting through the legislation for gate fees.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sultan, for all of these details. Now I'll move to Muhannad to give the last question for everybody. So Muhannad, some other region, such as Europe, has started the work on the circular economy topic much earlier than us. As we know, SABIC has a global view. And so what do you think the best way to get benefit from this and move faster and more efficiently in the circular economy, utilizing this?
So I think after listening for mashallah Raid and also Sultan and what was mentioned by Yasmin, this put us into a perspective that, yes, we have regional needs, but as you mentioned, there are other regions that have maybe started earlier. But in my opinion, and after what we saw, we are more connected than ever. And what you are seeing here, products are flowing across the globe. And this, again, takes us back, okay, we need to think global, but also act regional because we have our regional differences. Rami maybe shared an examples on how startups can add value, but you cannot take a startup and just put it there to start without knowing the ecosystem and what pain point we need to cover. So we saw, yes, there are different technologies that we can access, but these technologies need to be understood, well developed, and then also take it to the next level, how we can work it out. But again, it's only the vehicle for that. Maybe Raid mentioned that we need to look into the whole value chain, how it should work, because eventually it needs to be very efficient. Otherwise, if one chain fails to deliver, then we don't have a circular economy. And I think what is really challenging, how we can build the circular economy value chain on the old linear economy heritage, which is something we need to evolve, we need to do, but the challenge is how we understand our difficulties as well, what we can do to overcome it. Maybe Sultan gives some examples that we have some solution that can have a quick fix, but there are certain things that we need really to do a revolution change. And in order to do that, we saw different things worked globally, like for example in Europe, or maybe in the States, maybe in Asia. But also there are other failures, and this is where lots of attempts were there. And eventually I think we have a golden opportunity here in the Middle East because we have infrastructure, but at the same time we have lots of opportunities to build new things, so we can capitalize on this opportunity. And you kept mentioning that we have luxury today, and I think we need to make advantage of this luxury because we have empowerment, we have legislation, at the same time we have passion, and I think the community is also engaging, so we can do a recipe for success. Thank you very much, Salim.
Yeah, thank you, Muhannad. And actually, I think the excellent progress has been reflected in your language, so that makes us even more optimistic. So now, Yasmin, I'll go to the last question with you. How do you assess the public opinion and views when it comes to the circular economy in the region? And as a brand owner, what's your role in the positive behavior change for the public, I mean?
So Sultan mentioned this quite a bit. I feel people want to do right. You know, there's a lot of studies about the youth, which is 50% of the Middle East at this point in time. People want to do right. They see the negative consequences. They understand what's happening. They just don't know how to do right. So what we're trying to do is two things. Obviously, education is top priority, but education without providing infrastructure is useless, right? unless you're building for the future in terms of innovation and solutions. So what we try to do is educate. We have an open-sourced regional program that we're launching across the Middle East in Arabic, which is the Climate Literacy Program. How do you educate everybody on what's happening with the climate and how they can do right? So this is something that's coming over the next few months. For the younger generation, as they enter our world, they should all be on the same page. On a second front is as also mentioned by Sultan, trash for cash. Adding a value to the waste that you're generating will ultimately allow you to see waste in a different perspective. So allowing us to incentivize humans to segregate their waste at source, put in the effort to make sure that they work with their waste and they deliver in different areas, whether it's in their own home or they have to leave their home to collection hubs, they will do that. We have this type of program across the region, from Lebanon to Saudi Arabia to UAE, and hopefully we will expand across the region, where collection at the household is incentivized through points and credits, or you can come to collection hubs and deposit your recyclables and get credit for that system. We're also tapping into different types of customers. For us, customers are F&B outlets, retailers, hospitality chains. Today we signed an MOU with Saudi Airlines to segregate the waste on board the flight. How do we take the recyclables on board the flight, divert it from landfill, and make sure you're taking and channeling that waste somewhere else? So these are the types of engagements we have in parallel to the great work that is being done at a regional level. We tap into behavioral change at the level of either customers or individuals.
Thank you, Yasmin. Well said. For sake of time, I have to conclude the session now, and I really appreciate your contribution. It was a very informative discussion. So thank you again, all the best, and thank you all for your attendance. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the panelists for their valuable contributions. And with that, the day has come to the close. Thank you all for your attention, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.